Chapter 10:14. Flickering World, Dawn Star Cluster. This was the area completely controlled by the Army and the first stop in the Flickering World. The fleets of countless organizations flooded in, making this star cluster countless times livelier, slowly turning this new territory into a galactic society. Benefits were everywhere in the Flickering World. Every star cluster had a huge gap in business. It mainly depended on where the foreign organizations chose to develop. The transit stations at the entrance of the star field had huge profits. Many organizations and galactic residents scattered toward the transit stations in the entry area to look for opportunities and business as soon as they entered the star field. More organizations went their separate ways to develop in the later star clusters. Among them, the Modo civilization's fleet was also one of the members heading toward the later star clusters. Their goal was to develop the territory of the third and fourth phases. The reason was simple. The later star clusters would take less time to develop. Not only would there be more gaps in business in various fields, but the dynasty's control would also not be as strong as the star clusters that were developed earlier. This was especially important for supercluster civilizations. The supercluster civilizations knew very well that the dynasty would not let them develop comfortably. Therefore, almost all the supercluster civilizations gave up on creating trouble in the first and second phases to a certain extent and focused on the fourth phase of the plan. Now, any normal person could see that the few star clusters to be explored in the fourth phase would be an important competition stage for the foreign organizations. In the command room of the main ship, a tall figure stood in front of the podium and looked up at the star map. His facial features were deep, and he had a cold and firm temperament. His expression was serious, and his lips were tightly pursed. Radek, a senior general of the Modo civilization. He was currently the highest commander of the expedition fleet. The expedition fleet was the name of this fleet. It was a new fleet built by the Modo civilization specifically for the Flickering World. A large number of elites were mobilized, and Radek was able to stand out and command this important fleet. Clearly, the upper echelons of the Modo civilization had high hopes for him. "Your Excellency, how long until we pass through the area of the first and second phases?" A Modo person wearing an official's uniform asked. This person was a senior civil official of the Modo civilization. His name was Lagos, and he was the supervisor of the expedition fleet. He was in charge of supervising Radek. Lagos did not have any real power, so he could not interfere with Radek under normal circumstances. His main responsibility was to report the situation to the upper echelons and contact the temporary rear stronghold that the Modo civilization had built in the Shattered Star Ring. He was in charge of resources and military supplies. Hearing the supervisor's question, Radek stared at the star cluster and said with a deep voice, "The construction time for the first and second phases is the longest. The Crimson Dynasty and their allies have already built a complete long-distance star cluster tunnel. The transportation is very convenient, and we will be able to reach the territory of the third phase in about 17 days. Most of the time is spent in the transit zone between the stargates." As he spoke, Radek narrowed his eyes and added, "Actually, the fastest route is through the Garus star cluster. The Black Star Core's territory is connected through the Stargate, so it's much more convenient and can save us a lot of transit time. However, you also understand that it's too risky to go through the Black Star Core territory. We can't take the risk and can only take a detour." "This is what we deserve," Lagos said with a helpless tone. The Modo civilization knew that they had already offended the dynasty because of the Kundi race and knew that the dynasty would target them in the Flickering World. The best route to the star cluster was through the Black Star Core territory, but Radek did not dare approach the Garus star cluster and could only take a detour through a more remote Stargate route. Shaking his head, Lagos said, "The dynasty might send people to attack us. We have to be vigilant." "I know. The military knows this very well, which is why they gave the expedition fleet such a strong defense force. There are many armed fleets and high-level supers. With such a large scale, it's more than enough to fight a galactic war." That's true," Lagos pondered. "However, in the Flickering World, The dynasty won't send a regular army to attack us. If they really do come, they will definitely be the dynasty's allies. Roddick frowned. We're not afraid of ordinary enemies, but we're afraid of beyond grade as. It'll be difficult to deal with them. Don't worry about that. The upper echelons have already reached a private agreement with some beyond grade as to provide us with assistance. Lagos smiled confidently. Who are they? Roddick was not surprised. Short-term transactions between supercluster civilizations and beyond grade as were nothing new. This was also an important business for some beyond grade as. With the flickering world being so crucial, it was impossible for the supercluster civilizations not to be prepared. They took out a lot of resources to hire top combatants, allowing some beyond grade as to earn a lot. Many of them were hired by several civilizations at the same time. The people from the galactic black market, represented by Beast Ancestor and Secret Master, as well as some neutral beyond grade as, a few beyond grade as from Radiance and Ethereal have also made private deals with us. There's probably an order from the upper echelons to use us as cannon fodder to divert the dynasty's attention and waste their energy. Lagos could not help but sneer. Radiance and Ethereal's heart were known to all. The supercluster did not mind being used because it was temporarily beneficial to them as well. Even if they are allies, they will have to wait until we pass through the first and second exploration phases. I'm worried that the dynasty will attack us before that, Roddick said in a deep voice. You have to know that most organizations are taking the Black Star Corps route. There aren't many allies taking the detour like us. There's a hired beyond grade, coming from the rear to protect us. The upper echelons persuaded him to take the detour with benefits. Who is it? A neutral beyond grade A from Black Hole Edge, Garros, nicknamed the Head of Golems. That summoner? I've heard of him. Roddick operated the star map a few times and marked the location of Garros' fleet. It was not far behind the expedition fleet, following them from afar. This made him feel much more relieved. In that case, we won't have to worry about anyone attacking us. Roddick's eyes sparkled as he coldly said, with our armed forces, as long as the dynasty dares to send people over, it's hard to say who will be the one attacking who. At this time, a communication request came in. It was a call from the three kings of the Modo civilization. The two of them straightened their bodies and accepted the call. Three figures appeared on the virtual screen. Your Excellencies. The two of them immediately bowed. What's the situation now? The Modo leader of the three kings asked with a deep voice. The expedition fleet had not entered the flickering world for long. As the leader of a civilization, it was obviously too impatient for them to ask about the situation now. However, the flickering world was too important to the supercluster civilization. This was a strategic opportunity for them to completely turn the situation around. Furthermore, they had offended the dynasty a long time ago. Now that they were in the other party's territory, the three kings of Modo could not sit still. We're still on our way, Roddick replied with a serious expression. Did you run into any trouble? Everything is normal. No matter what happens, focus on protecting the logistics team, the Modo leader instructed. The armed fleet existed to protect the logistics team. The logistics team carried all the necessary resources and equipment to develop the star field. The armed spaceships could be used, but if something happened to these important resources, it would be troublesome. Although they could replenish the resources from the temporary strongholds in the Shattered Star Ring, it would greatly slow down the development and construction speed. The organizations in the flickering world were all competitors. If they were one step slower, they would suffer a huge loss, which would affect the Modo civilization strategy. Riddick nodded to show that he understood. He said with a serious expression, he said, Your Excellencies, please rest assured. I won't let the enemy succeed. Boom! As soon as he said that, the entire flagship shook, and the crew members in the command room all fell to the ground. Roddick also staggered and grabbed the table to stabilize himself. He was both shocked and furious. What happened? Reporting to the commander, many unknown fleets are rapidly approaching and launching attacks at us. The radar showed that fleets had appeared in all directions at the same time. There were many of them, forming an encirclement and firing at them. Furthermore, the alarm also indicated that the enemy had set up a large number of space stabilization anchors in this area. They had fallen into this trap, and their hyperdrive state was directly interrupted. This was where the tremors came from. Even the internal stabilizing device of the spaceship could not completely resolve the impact of such a high-speed stop. Countless crew members fell to the ground. There's still some distance from here to the next Stargate. Is this an ambush? Lagos was shocked. They were just discussing the possibility of an ambush, but now they were talking about the enemy. Who are the enemy? Roddick asked. No idea. The enemy's spaceship is a common model, and there's no logo on the armor. I don't know which organization it belongs to. The observer was nervous. The Three Kings' communication had not been cut off yet, so they saw this scene and all frowned. The Moto leader said with a serious expression, "Roddick, I'll leave this to you. You must defeat the enemy." Understood. Roddick's expression was resolute. He immediately started commanding the fleet and issuing orders. The expedition fleet immediately responded. They shrunk their formation to protect the logistics team while firing back. The size of the fleets of the two sides was about the same, and the Moto civilization even had the advantage. Roddick displayed his superb commanding ability. Very soon, the Moto civilization stabilized their position. Although they were ambushed, Roddick did not choose to break through, but chose to fight in a defensive position. His confidence came from the fact that his armed fleet was stronger, and the fact that Garros was following him not far away. As long as Garros arrived at the battlefield quickly, he would be able to fight back with his advantage as a beyond grade. Roddick's combat style was unyielding, and he would seek revenge. He was talking to the Three Kings when the enemy suddenly attacked him. Compared to running away, he preferred to defeat the enemy. I'll get Garros to join the battle immediately. Lagos also reacted. He hurriedly took out his communicator and walked to the side to summon people. Okay, make it quick. Roddick sneered. No matter who they are, they won't be leaving so easily. At the same time, Garros' fleet also discovered that the Moto civilization's fleet was attacked. Someone really attacked them? I thought it was persecutory paranoia. In the command room, Garros could not help but mutter. This was not the first time he had been hired by a supercluster civilization. As a neutral beyond grade A without any backing, this was an important source of profit for him. Not only the Moto civilization, he had also been hired by 7 other civilizations to protect the troops of these organizations. The competition between foreign organizations in the flickering world would not be lacking in military strength. Everyone knew that this place would soon become a paradise for mercenaries. Even many beyond grade as had entered the sea. Your Excellency Garros, what do we do now? Should we rush over and help? The deputy beside him asked. Garros nodded. He had no objections to taking someone's money and helping them out. However, just as he was about to give the order, the sound of an incoming call came from the communicator. Beep, beep, beep. Garros lowered his head to take a look, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. It was actually his personal communicator that was ringing. Who would call at this time? Garros took out his communicator and looked at it. His pupils constricted. The caller shown on the screen was Black Star. The two of them had never interacted before. They had only met at the meeting of the gods and exchanged private numbers. I wonder why he's looking for me. Garros suppressed the doubts in his heart, walked to the side, picked up the call, and asked cautiously, Your Excellency Black Star, what's the matter? There is indeed something I need your help with. Han Zhao's laughter came from the communicator. Please speak. I need you to stand by and do nothing. Stand by and do nothing? What do you mean? Garros did not react for a moment. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he understood. Attacking the Moto civilization's fleet, could it be Han Zhao interrupted him and asked calmly, Can you do that? Garros felt bitter in his heart. Now that the Black Star Corps was involved, things would not be so simple. The Moto civilization would most likely suffer. He did not want to get involved in this from the bottom of his heart. However, he was at the edge of the battlefield. If he did not do anything, it would definitely ruin his reputation. Garros' expression was a little troubled. Your Excellency Black Star, I've already accepted the Moto civilization's employment. If I don't do anything, it doesn't seem right. Han Xiao spoke calmly with an expressionless face. You can't get involved in this. If you don't want to cause trouble, then back off. Then, without waiting for Garose to reply, he hung up the call. In my territory, you have to listen to me. Han Xiao was not going to argue with the Moto civilization. You're the one I'm going to beat up. What's wrong? Sure, don't come to the flickering world if you dare. The army had been operating in the flickering world for so long, and it was currently the largest organization. If it was not domineering, who was? Garo's expression froze, and he was secretly surprised. In his impression, Black Star was a very friendly guy. He did not expect his tone to be so tough this time. Looks like things are more serious than I thought. With my small body, if I interfere rashly, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. Also, Black Star's threat, if I don't take it seriously, won't I follow in the footsteps of that seven-eyed guy? Garose could not help but shudder. This time, the deputy walked over and asked, Your Excellency, Lagos is already urging you. Do you want to give the order? Garose hesitated for a few seconds before suddenly waving his hands. Don't help. Just watch from here. The deputy was shocked. Seeing Garo's firm attitude, he had no choice but to have the fleet wait at the edge of the battlefield. Sigh, I've lost out this time. Garose smiled bitterly. He was just an ordinary beyond grade A. He could not afford to offend someone at the level of Black Star, be it in terms of strength or organization. Being forced to retreat with just a few words was very embarrassing. Garose also had the dignity of a strong person, and he did not want to back down. However, facing the ferocious Black Star, he could not straighten his back at all. After stepping into the beyond grade A realm for so many years and not making much progress, Garose already knew his limits and was not willing to provoke a peak beyond grade A. He was just a neutral person without any background. If someone wanted to kill him, they would have no qualms. Furthermore, in the meeting of the gods not long ago, Black Star had taken on the mission of maintaining the communication platform for all beyond grade As. Just this identity alone made him have to give face to Han Xiao, so that it would be easier for him to rely on him in the future. Time passed minute by minute. The expedition fleet and the ambushers were locked in a stalemate. The command room of the main ship was busy. Roddick issued a few orders, and when he finally had some time, he immediately turned around and yelled at Lagos. Garose, what's going on? We're about to miss the opportunity. Why aren't they here yet? Lagos was sweating profusely. They stopped directly. I've urged them many times, but they just won't join the battle. I don't know why either. The reinforcements that were right in front of him were retreating at the last minute. He was completely dumbfounded and could not understand. Outsiders are not reliable at all. Roddick was furious. He slammed the table and said, Don't wait for them. Everyone, listen to my order. Change tactics and attack the enemy's formation. However, before the order was sent out, something unexpected happened. The logistics forces of the Moto civilization that were heavily protected by the armed fleets suddenly went into chaos. The logistics spaceships rammed into the armed spaceships around them like crazy and moved in all directions, instantly creating chaos on their side. What's going on? Roddick's expression changed drastically. Something had happened to the logistics team, and he immediately panicked. Report, the artificial intelligence of those logistics spaceships has been breached. They're out of control. We've lost contact with the crew. As if waking up from a dream, Roddick was furious. He clenched his teeth and squeezed out a voice. Damn it, a beyond grade of virtual mechanic. Chapter 10:15. The logistics fleet mainly consisted of transport ships, cargo ships, and industrial ships. Although they were also equipped with weapons and shields, their agility and firepower were not comparable to combat spaceships of the same level. Therefore, they stayed in the center of the formation and were protected by the armed fleets outside. At this time, a portion of the logistics spaceships were virtual invaded and rammed into the corvettes from the inside, tearing apart the formation of the expedition fleet. The weapons on the ships were not idle either. They attacked the corvettes from the back. as the armed fleets outside did not inject too much energy into the shields at the back. Many of the formations fell into chaos. Control those spaceships that have lost control. Steady, steady. The other spaceships strengthened the artificial defense wall immediately and increased the frequency of system self-checks. Roddick had no time to think about anything else. He quickly commanded the fleet to deal with the emergency. Beyond grade of virtual mechanics had always been a killing machine in galactic wars. Any fleet would have a headache if they encountered such an enemy. The only way to solve this problem was to turn off the artificial intelligence of all spaceships. However, the command system would be paralyzed, which was no different from suicide. Currently, the spaceship control and communication system, based on the quantum network, was the best in the universe. Although other artificial intelligence and communication systems, such as magic and biological systems, existed, they had more shortcomings. For example, if one used magic to transform a spaceship into an alchemical organism with consciousness, the cost would be many times more expensive. The efficiency of controlling the spaceship would be far lower than quantum network technology, and the communication distance and efficiency would be incomparable. At the same time, there would be more weaknesses. The encryption would not be as good as the firewall of the quantum network, so it would be useless against mages and psychics. All the civilizations in the universe had ways to prevent virtual invasions, but the effectiveness of these methods mainly depended on the strength of the opponent. Facing Han Shao, who was now a peak beyond grade A, the Modo civilization's artificial intelligence defense methods were obviously not enough. They could only delay the time when the other spaceships were invaded, but they could not really stop Han Shao. No matter how hard they struggled, their defenses would still be broken through one after another, and Han Shao would inject data into them. Furthermore, it was almost impossible to take back the spaceships that Han Shao had taken control of. On the battlefield, the expedition fleet had no choice but to split off a portion of the fleet to control the chaos caused by the spaceships that had lost control. The situation became very chaotic. With both sides being attacked, the Modo civilization's fleet gradually could not take it anymore. A portion of the spaceships that had lost control broke through the formation and ran out. They were seized by the attackers, while the other spaceships that had lost control continued to charge forward, launching suicidal attacks. Not only did they attack the corvettes that had surrounded them, but they also attacked the logistics spaceships that had not lost control. In order to stop the damage, Roddick had no choice but to get his men to destroy some of the logistics spaceships. Seeing the logistics spaceships carrying a large number of critical resources turn into fireworks in space, his face twisted. Now that the flickering world was filled with people, although this route was remote, there were still people passing by it. The energy fluctuations from the battlefield spread out and quickly attracted the attention of many passing fleets. Most of the people were afraid of getting involved when they saw such a large-scale interstellar war. They didn't dare to stay and quickly took a detour to leave. However, some organizations approached carefully and watched from afar. When they saw the symbol of the Modo civilization's fleet, they could not help but discuss in the wide area communication channel. The Modo civilization's fleet was attacked. Who did this? They actually dared to provoke the supercluster civilization and seemed to have the upper hand. We've only just entered the flickering world, yet they can mobilize so many troops. We can basically confirm that the attackers are from the dynasty's side. The attackers hid the symbol of their organization. We don't know who they are. Tis TSK, they hid their identity to not leave any evidence. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful not to get into trouble. These passers-by were just watching, and no one would interfere. No one wanted to get into trouble. The battle was intense. Roddick ordered his fleet to move as they fought, and the battlefield moved closer and closer to the next Stargate station. The Stargate station was guarded by the Dynasty's fleet. Although Roddick knew that the attackers were definitely related to the Dynasty could not openly attack the Modo civilization. Otherwise, the negative impact would be too great. Not only would it violate the Dynasty's promise to open the flickering world freely, but it would also leave a political weakness. Under the influence of the superstar cluster civilizations, he was very clear about the nature of the three universal civilizations. In his eyes, the three universal civilizations were not only hooligans, but also bitches who had to establish a good reputation, wanting to justify their ruling position. Now that there were so many onlookers, Roddick knew that the dynasty's fleet at the Stargate station would have to come and help. Therefore, as long as he got close to the Stargate station, he would be able to force the attackers away. The fierce battle lasted for a while before the attackers finally stopped attacking and retreated from the battlefield. They entered hyperdrive mode one after another, turning into streams of light and disappearing from the radar. The enemy ran away. Seeing this, Lego's tense body finally relaxed. He hesitated and said, "Should we chase after them? We can't. This isn't our territory." Roddick's expression was ugly. Although he was furious, he did not lose his rationality. He clenched his teeth and said, "Clean up the battlefield and count the losses." The losses were calculated very quickly. The adjutant walked to the side and reported carefully, not daring to look at Roddick's face. "Report, we lost 8% of our armed frigates. 29% of our armed frigates suffered varying degrees of damage and are undergoing nano repair. The logistics team lost 37% of our spaceships, 15% of which were captured by the enemy, mainly transport ships." Roddick's vision turned black. More than a third of the logistics team was gone. They had lost a lot of resources. This ambush had caused them too great a loss. A huge loss. This is outrageous. The faces of the Moto 3 kings were as dark as the bottom of a pot. They did not hang up the communication the entire time and witnessed how the expedition fleet suffered heavy losses. The three of them had high hopes for the expedition fleet and Roddick, but they had suffered such a huge loss right after entering the flickering world. The three kings' disappointment and anger toward Roddick were beyond words. "I'm sorry, this is my fault." Riddick quickly turned around and gritted his teeth as he took the pot. As the commander, there was no way Roddick could get rid of this blame. He had fallen into the trap, and he could not blame the enemy for setting up a trap here. No matter how good the reason was, a huge loss was a huge loss. It was a fact that he did not protect the logistics team well. If he still tried to explain, it would easily leave the three kings with the impression that he was shirking responsibility. Therefore, no matter how frustrated he was, he could only swallow it. "We let you lead the expedition fleet because we trusted your ability, but your current performance makes us wonder if this is the right decision." The three kings scolded sternly. Roddick did not dare talk back to the leader at all. He stood there and took the scolding like a grandson. He could only promise that he would be more careful in the future. After a round of scolding, the three kings told him to deal with the follow-up problems quickly before hanging up the communication with a dark expression. Only then did Roddick stand up straight. His face was green, and he was so frustrated that he was about to explode. He knew that he had already left a bad impression on his superiors. If he could not make up for his mistake, his future would definitely be bleak. The atmosphere in the room was cold. Everyone looked at Roddick with fear. Originally, they needed Roddick to continue giving orders to the fleet to carry out the next step, but no one dared to take the risk. Legos coughed, braced himself, and said, "There are only a handful of super mechas in the Empire. Although the other party used virtual intrusion, they did not show themselves. Based on the efficiency of the other party's virtual intrusion, I think it's most likely Black Star. There's no need to guess. It's him." Roddick's tone was cold and filled with anger. "Unfortunately, we have no evidence." So what if we have evidence?" Roddick interrupted him and clenched his teeth. Even though he knew that the attackers were most likely the Black Star Army, it was of no use. The flickering world was their territory, and with the few people he had, finding trouble with the Black Star Army would be equivalent to sending their heads to their graves. Earlier, Roddick had tried to board the ship and capture the other party's crew members as evidence, but the attacker had kept a distance and did not allow him to do so. However, in his opinion, even if he had evidence, it would not affect the Black Star Corps much. In the flickering world, the local tyrant, the Black Star Corps, could do almost anything they wanted, Although the Modo civilization was a supercluster civilization, their base was in the primeval Star River, far away from the shattered star ring and the flickering world. No matter how strong they were, they would not be able to do anything to the Black Star core. Furthermore, they were not a universal civilization with a bunch of beyond grade A allies, so they could not do anything to Black Star himself. The result was that even though he knew who the enemy was, he could not fight back. He could only watch as the enemy targeted him. Roddick was so frustrated that he was about to explode. Thinking of this, Roddick's mood worsened. He took a few deep breaths, turned around, stared at Lagos, and said angrily, "Contact Garros for me. I want to ask him personally why he did not join the battle." Now, he could only find someone to vent his anger on. However, Garros was indeed responsible. He was so close, yet he did not join the battle. Roddick did not know what was wrong with this little brother of his. Lagos had no choice but to contact Garros again. The call went through very quickly, and Garros' figure appeared on the screen. Roddick roared, "Give me a reason." Garros frowned and said with an expressionless face, "Watch your attitude." Facing Black Star, who he could not afford to offend, his attitude was filled with respect and without confidence. However, when facing Roddick, he immediately regained his beyond grade A status. The only thing missing was the word cold written all over his face. Just one word, real. Why are you watching from the side? When the time comes, I will ask your superior to terminate the employment. Garros did not explain and hung up the call directly. When he accepted the employment, he thought that the mission was only to deal with the competition from other external organizations. He did not expect to offend Black Star. This employment became a loss for him, so he did not want to do it anymore. Even if he had to suffer a loss for breaching the contract, it was better than getting involved in the conflict between the Modo civilization and the Black Star Corps. Since he was about to terminate the employment, he naturally would not tell anyone about Black Star. Since he had chosen to stand on one side, he would follow through to the end. Furthermore, he did not want to admit that he was afraid of Black Star, so he did not want to tell anyone the reason. However, this arrogant attitude made Roddick's blood pressure, which had finally been lowered, soar again. "Oh, do you think my position is not high enough and you don't even want to explain the reason to me?" A bunch of Astor's souls. Roddick was shaking with anger. He repeatedly clenched and unclenched his fists with an ugly expression. Lagos had a worried expression. "We've lost a lot of equipment and resources. We can only mobilize the inventory of the strongholds behind us. This will definitely slow us down and affect our strategy too much." All the organizations were competing. How much potential profit would they lose if they fell behind from the very beginning? Lagos did not even dare to think about it. His heart was bleeding. It could be said that the development plan of the Modo civilization in the flickering world was completely messed up by this wave of attacks. At this time, the Dynasty Patrol Fleet, which was responsible for maintaining law and order, finally arrived. They sent a communication request, and the image of the Imperial officer appeared on the screen. "We detected the energy signature of a battle. What happened here just now?" Roddick took a deep breath, and with a gloomy expression, he recounted what had just happened. The Imperial officer nodded. "We're aware of the situation. We'll send people to follow up immediately. We'll inform you as soon as we have any news." Then, the Dynasty Patrol Fleet turned around, spread out, and chased in the direction of the attackers. It looked like they were following their duty, but both Roddick and Lagos knew that the Dynasty's pursuit would not yield any results. At the same time, some of the attackers stopped in a certain area and entered stealth mode. They gathered the captured logistics spaceships and started to move the resources on them. The captured Modo civilization crew members were all chased into a spaceship that blocked all communication signals. All of their equipment was confiscated, and they stared at the armored warriors holding weapons around them in fear. At this time, an armored warrior walked out from the crowd and took off his helmet, revealing a baby face. It was Nero. Seeing him, the crowd was in an uproar. Some of them had seen Nero's information and immediately understood that the attackers were from the Black Star Corps. Nero looked around and tried his best to put on a dignified expression, but this only made his baby face look cuter. "There are two paths in front of you now. First, death. Second, give up your freedom in exchange for life and work for us forever. The crowd fell silent. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded. Aren't you afraid that we'll betray you? Nero narrowed his eyes. Who's speaking? As soon as he said that, a short moto person walked out and said in a low voice, I'm the deputy logistics manager of this trip, and I'm also the leader of the technical team. I'm a senior engineer. Nero's eyes sparkled. He seemed to have caught a senior technical officer of the enemy. You don't have to worry about that. You won't have the chance to come into contact with the outside world and will forever be shadows of the army, Nero said slowly. We won't force those who are unwilling. The hatch is right beside you. Jump into the universe yourself. Now, make your choice. It seems like we don't have any other choice. The deputy logistics manager had a helpless expression. Everyone looked at one another and did not hesitate much. Everyone chose the second path. Very quickly, Nero picked out some of the technical talents. These people were all useful and would secretly work for the army in the future. As for the other non-technical crew members, according to Han Zhao's intentions, they would be sent to the Kundi race's planet. As for whether they would become slaves or be torn apart by the Kundi race, it did not matter to him. After all, they were just there for the Kundi race to vent their anger. These people were able to participate in the expedition of the Modo civilization, so they were basically soldiers. Perhaps they did not know about the Kundi race incident, but they were definitely not innocent. It was only right for them to repay the debt of the civilization. Revenge required revenge. There was no such thing as mercy. Han Xiao, who was on his way to Black Star Palace, received the news from Philip and nodded with satisfaction. It'll be even more difficult for the Modo civilization to develop in the flickering world now. Han Xiao had ordered his fleet to attack the Modo civilization's expedition force in disguise. As long as he did not leave behind any concrete evidence, even if the other party knew that he was the one who did it, it would not affect him. He did not plan to wipe out Roddick's fleet, so he could not completely wipe out the Modo civilization's hope. Only by making them continue to invest resources in the flickering world would he be able to carry out his long-term revenge. Otherwise, if they really did not come to the flickering world, he would have to go to their territory to deal with the Modo civilization in the primeval Star River. Now that the Modo civilization would replenish their resources, it would be a long time. Cutting meat with a blunt knife was the most torturous. Don't ask. You'll be the king of torture if you do. In his previous life, in version 4.0, the competition between external organizations would become more and more intense, and there would be more and more incidents of hiding one's identity and attacking other organizations. Today, I fired the first shot in the flickering world. A gleam flashed across Han Zhao's eyes. Just wait. This is just the beginning. There will be plenty of good juice for you in the future. Chapter 10:16. Beep, beep. Just as Han Xiaoxin was thinking about this, his communicator rang twice. It was a call from Terakov. He picked up the call, and Brother Tarakov's face appeared on the screen with a smile on his face. Black Star, well done. I like how decisive you are. The external organizations were not sure who the organization that attacked the Modo civilization was, but the dynasty obviously knew that it was the Black Star Corps. You don't like me when I'm different? Han Xiao looked calm on the surface, but he was chuckling in his heart. Don't forget to fulfill your end of the deal and compensate me with resources. Taking revenge on the Modo civilization was also what the dynasty needed, and they were prepared to make an example out of them. Because it was not suitable for them to take action personally, the dynasty borrowed Han Zhao's strength. Of course, they would not let the Black Star Corps work for free. They had already signed an agreement in private. Black Star would be responsible for educating the Modo civilization with force, and the Red Empire would pay resources as compensation. In the eyes of the dynasty, this was hiring an ally to attack the enemy, but in Han Zhao's eyes, it was using the dynasty's money to do his own mission. He could even earn some extra benefits. Don't worry, we haven't gone back on our word yet. Terakov smiled and asked, how do you plan to deal with the captives of the Modo civilization? Some will stay in the army as secret labor, and the rest will be thrown to the Kundi race's territory. Old Terakov nodded. No matter what, cut off all their channels of communication with the outside world, and make them disappear forever. Don't leak any information. The success rate of breaking my information blockade is close to 0. There's no need to worry about that. That's true. You're a virtual mechanic, after all. I'm overthinking things, old Tarakov said with a smile. Actually, it's not a big deal. I just want to give you some instructions. In any case, please increase your efforts against the Modo civilization. I'll be going first. The communication was hung up. Han Xiao curled his lips in his heart. To disturb him for such a small matter, there was probably a hint that the dynasty knew about the movements of the Black Star Corps. It was probably to tell him not to mess around with anyone else other than the Modo civilization, or maybe it was also influenced by the meeting of the gods. TSK, scheming again. Han Xiao put away the communicator and threw this matter to the back of his mind. He walked to the fridge in the room, opened the door, and took out a sweet concentrated nutrition bar. He nibbled on it like a snack while thinking about another problem. Now, all the players were rushing to the flickering world, and the Shattered Star Ring was the closest. It would not take long for the army players to arrive at the flickering world first. Now that the version had just started, the players still needed some time to adapt before they could gradually get on the right track and compete with each other. In his previous life, players fought for their respective factions. Other than a few famous national wars, the reason for fighting under normal circumstances was either due to conflicting faction quests or to snatch the resources of other guilds. In such an environment, solo players found it increasingly difficult to survive. Hence, there is a general trend for players to group up, which led to more and more players establishing guilds. According to the statistics in version 4.0, the number of guilds was on the rise. The more time passed, the more guilds there would be. The turning point for the explosive growth of the number of guilds was a famous event. A few large guilds in America, led by the Devil World Club, jointly established a formal organization recognized by the outside world. Through bidding, they obtained a super opportunity that other players fought over and obtained official authorization. After that, the players began to value the role of guilds more and more. They began to group up on a large scale, and the guilds formed a formal organization recognized by the outside world. Then, as an organization, they used business, diplomacy, and other means to cooperate with the organizations in the universe. As such, the role of guilds was very obvious. The resources that they could obtain were many orders of magnitude higher than ordinary players. This playstyle existed in the previous versions as well, but it was only in version 4.0 that it became popular and ushered in a turning point in the players' lives. The reason was the increase in the strength of the players in version 4.0, which caused a qualitative change in their influence on the universe environment. Only then did they have the capital to establish their own organizations and be valued. Now, because the faction advantage that I gave the army players is too big, the players from the other star fields will very likely work together to suppress the army players' advantage. When everyone adapts to the new version, the army will definitely be at a disadvantage. After all, there are too many opponents. Han Xiao pondered. Since the army players had the advantage now, he did not mind giving them a push and letting them lead to the end. Originally, all the players would need some time to adapt before they gradually entered the stage of forming guilds and organizations on a large scale. Han Xiao planned to let the army players enter the era of full guilds in advance. This required some incentive system adjustments. Han Xiao thought for a while, summoned Philip, and proposed a new system that was only targeted at the players, the immortals. Through making contributions, farming contribution points, to advance to a high-level profession and satisfy the super grade of grade B or above, they would be qualified to form a new type of battle team. The number of members must not be less than 2, and there was no limit to the number of members. The team could be named. After the formation was completed, they could report to the army. Every month, according to the completion of missions and the total contribution points of the team members, they would be awarded special team merit points. Team merit points could be used to exchange for large-scale resource supplies or other things, such as equipment, knowledge, and skills. There is also an important use, which was that they could be used to exchange for various levels of agency qualifications in the Army's various businesses. They could also be used to bid for some special projects or exchange for the mining rights of some resource planets. There were many uses that leaned towards this. Not only that, as long as they accumulated enough merit points, they could choose to become an affiliate organization under the Black Star Corps and have a certain degree of independence. After that, the merit points could be used to request for the Army's support or to exchange for the Army's authorization, using the Army's name to do some strategic operations that were not illegal or to provide a strategic plan application for joint operations between the two sides. It was equivalent to having a part of the right to speak and cooperating with the Black Star Corps as a semi-independent organization. This should be about right. Han Xiao looked at the outline of the new system several times and nodded. The purpose of this system was to legalize the player guilds. Originally, guilds only existed among the players and were not recognized by the Galactic Society. For example, the Temple of God Guild. NPCs did not know of the existence of the Temple of God Guild, let alone who was a member. However, this system was to allow the player guilds to be directly recognized by the Army system and become an official organization with records. This way, the player guilds would become a real organization in the universe. The purpose of the team merit points was to stimulate the interest of the Army players in establishing guilds. Without needing to adapt to the version, many people would try to play this way, especially the official guilds of the powerful clubs. They would definitely submit applications. In his previous life, in version 4.0, there would always be players who would leave the NPC faction and establish their own organizations. With this new system, at least the inclination of the Army players to do so would be greatly reduced. The price was to give the player guilds a certain degree of independence, and there would be a certain amount of unrest in the Army. However, at this time, giving the players more freedom was the only way. With the increase in strength, the treatment would naturally increase as well. Han Xiao did not think that he was a black-hearted boss. Even if he wanted to squeeze them dry, he would give them enough money. Version 4.0 was the turning point of the players' careers. From this point onwards, the players would become restless and spread the flames of chaos everywhere. He could not control the players as much as he did in the previous versions. He had long planned to change this and give the player guilds a chance to develop. He would take out more resources to support the player guilds. Only in this way could the players, who were more and more unwilling to be restrained, continue to work for him. At the same time, this system would also attract foreign players to poach the leaks of Old Wong next door. Killing two birds with one stone, he could have both. Master Hum, are you sure you want to release this new system? Philip sat on Han Zhao's collarbone like a little elf, his big eyes blinking as he looked up at the side of Han Zhao's face. Release the announcement first. Han Xiao planned to officially release this system after all the Army players arrived in the flickering world. Before that, he would first let the players prepare in advance and call their friends. Okay, Han Xiao paused, suddenly thought of something, and said, "Some time ago I studied the logic structure of Rista and had some new ideas. I'll update them for you in a few days to increase your computing power." Hearing this, Philip's eyes sparkled, and he flew to Han Zhao's face. He hugged Han Zhao's nose, placed his chin on the bridge of his nose, and looked into Han Zhao's eyes. "Philip loves Master the most. Don't act cute with me." Han Xiao raised his brows and flicked Philip away from his nose. The news of the Modo civilization being attacked spread like wildfire in the flickering world. Many organizations were discussing this matter in private. This news also reached the ears of the other supercluster civilizations. Many supercluster civilizations immediately held meetings. Modo being attacked was most likely done by the dynasty. The two of them are fighting so quickly. Will this be the dynasty's first step against our supercluster civilization? Doesn't look like it. It seems to be a personal grudge between the dynasty and Modo. After we pass the first and second regions, we'll help Modo when we have the chance. We can't let the dynasty beat them too badly. Because they knew that the three universal civilizations would not let them develop in the flickering world, Most of the supercluster civilizations had already formed a secret supercluster alliance in private to resist the evil intentions of the three universal civilizations. Moto being attacked, according to the agreement, the other supercluster civilizations had all decided to lend a helping hand at the right time. Although this matter did not seem to have anything to do with them, the Supercluster Alliance did not want to give the dynasty a chance to take them down one by one. Although the Moto civilization was their competitor, resisting the pressure of the three universal civilizations was the most important task for the Supercluster Alliance. Everyone knew that they could not be divided internally, so they did not mind helping their competitor. Only then would they have a chance to break the three universal civilizations' blockade of the new field. With the army and the dynasty covering for them, no witnesses discovered any traces of the attacking force. After a while, the Black Star fleet that attacked the Moto civilization finally gathered and returned to the Geru Star cluster through a secret passage. They sent the selected captives to the Kundi race planet in the Odoran star system. With the help of the Black Star Corps, a large number of cities were built on every colonial planet, so they did not lack living resources. The Kundi race had been resting for more than 10 years. Although they had not walked out of the trauma of the war, many of them chose to enjoy peace and live a good life. In the past few years, all communication between the colonial planets and the outside world had been blocked. The residents of each planet could only log into the network of their planet server, so they knew nothing about what was happening outside. They were like isolated islands in the universe. The army and the dynasty controlled all the media channels and did not allow private media to exist. The Kundi race could only accept the dynasty's cultural transformation in literature, music, movies, and so on, using various entertainment channels to subtly change their thinking. Living such a quiet and numb life, they had no chance to resist, and anger was useless. Many people only had helplessness and resignation in their hearts. However, today, the official channel that was broadcasting cultural transformation programs every day suddenly released a piece of news that made countless Kundi race members excited. His Excellency Black Star has fulfilled his promise and taken revenge for the Kundi race. He has captured a group of captives and is about to send them to the colonial planet of the Kundi race. This news immediately caused an uproar. Although this generation of the Kundi race was powerless to resist, they had not forgotten their hatred. Compared to the dynasty, they hated the mastermind who used the Kundi race even more. When the time came, countless Kundi race members arrived at the designated landing port early and looked up at the sky, waiting for the arrival of these captives. Spaceships broke through the atmosphere one after another, and more of them landed at the port. The hatch opened one after another, and batches of Black Star Corps soldiers walked out with unarmed captives. The captives that were sent over had all been filtered, and those who were too strong were eliminated. The captives were all wearing the same prison uniform, and all their belongings had been confiscated. They were of no threat at all. There was a sea of Kundi race members around them, and the captives could not help but feel nervous when they saw so many ferocious creatures surrounding them. What planet is this? Why did they send us here? What are these creatures? Are they beasts? They're wearing clothes. They're intelligent creatures. Why are they all staring at us? It's a little scary. Using the Kundi race was a secret of the upper echelons, and these ordinary soldiers naturally did not know about it. Many of them did not even recognize this species and could not help but feel confused. They did not understand why these intelligent creatures were staring at them. Right at this moment, a rock suddenly flew out from the crowd and smashed into the head of a Moto captive. "Ha!" This captive groaned and hurriedly covered his head. Before his companions could react, countless items flew out from the crowd and smashed into all the captives. Cries of agony could be heard as the captives were smashed one after another. The Black Star Corps soldiers at the side looked on coldly and only acted after the captives were smashed for a while. They activated their shields to block all the flying objects, and the ground was quickly filled with items. Although no one died, the captives were still in shock. Why are they smashing us? Why did the Black Star Corps send us here? The captives looked around anxiously and finally understood why the eyes of the Kundi race were filled with hatred and anger. Right at this moment, an army soldier at the side snorted and said coldly, "They're the Kundi race, a native civilization of the flickering world." During the second exploration phase, the Modo civilization secretly made use of the Kundi race to instigate a conflict between them and the dynasty, resulting in the destruction of the Kundi race. All of you are their enemies. Stay here and atone for your sins. After hearing this, all the captives fell silent. Their eyes were wide open, and their faces were full of shock. Sending us to the territory of our enemies. Is this to vent their anger on them? You said that you would give us a way out, but you want us to suffer a fate worse than death? It's over. Every captive had a gloomy expression on their face, and they did not dare raise their heads. They were pushed forward and sent to the prison on the land vehicle. The land vehicle slowly left the dock, and from the start to the end, the surrounding Kundi race members stared at these captives. The crowd did not disperse for a long time. After a while, someone said softly, "Back then, Black Star said that he would seek justice for us, and it was actually true. I didn't expect Black Star to always keep his promise. I misunderstood him. It turns out that he's such a noble person." Many of the Kundi race members sighed. Over the past decade, the Black Star Corps had managed the planet and provided them with countless living resources. Coupled with the promotion of the entertainment industry, the Kundi race was already very familiar with the army. In terms of feelings, the Kundi race did not have much hatred for the Black Star Corps, but not many of them believed that Han Zhao's promise was just a perfunctory one. After all, the current Kundi race was just a bunch of prisoners who could not resist. Why would Black Star waste his energy to seek justice for them? After more than 10 years, they had probably forgotten about this matter. Just when they had lost all hope in him, Han Zhao used his actions to prove that he was not joking. In the eyes of the Kundi race, Black Star immediately became the only hope for their race to seek justice. While the Kundi race was pleasantly surprised, they all felt gratitude toward Han Zhao. There was even more anticipation in their hearts. The impression that Han Zhao gave them gradually changed from an irrelevant figure to a benefactor. "Black Star, you're a good person." Chapter 1017. The Stargate built by the Black Star Corps was the first choice of countless foreign organizations. It had become the most popular and convenient route in the flickering world, with countless spaceships passing through it every second. The reason for this was that the Black Star Corps' territory was very large, including 2 border star systems in different directions. They had built stargates that connected directly, so there was no need for them to go through other territories, saving a lot of time. Secondly, Han Zhao's familiarity with the star map was showing its effect. In the territory he chose, there were a lot of transportation hubs and strategic locations. It was the most prosperous area in his previous life, and now it was rapidly regaining its glory. The financial groups that invested in the Black Star Army also began to receive returns. Han Zhao promised to hand over a portion of the businesses in the territory to these investors. Now, there were countless financial groups that stayed in the Army's territory to do things, so the business in the Army's territory quickly became richer. More than half of the foreign organizations chose to pass through the Black Star Corps' territory. Of course, Han Zhao would not provide a free service. A large number of spaceships entered the Garus star cluster every day, and he collected a lot of toll fees. The Stargate spat out a dense stream of light, forming a blurry silver rainbow that did not dissipate for a long time. At this time, spaceships with the Black Star logo flew out from the Stargate and followed the crowded fleet. This is the entrance to the Black Star Corps' territory. Every battleship carried a large number of Army players, and they were all squeezed in front of the porthole with curious expressions. Planet Blackgate came into view. Compared to the cold and cheerless image that the players had in mind, Planet Blackgate was now bustling with life. Countless spaceships were taking off and landing, and the flow of people was dense. The surface of the planet was endless, and countless lights were like a curtain of jewels covering the planet. And beside it, there was a silver rainbow hanging diagonally in the universe, extending all the way to the end of the line of sight. This was the trail of hyperdrive flames left behind by countless spaceships passing through. The spaceships flew past like meteors again and again, and because they were so frequent, they did not dissipate. It was like a line that could not be erased was left on a black canvas by a silver-colored pen. It ran through the entire Stargate route, as if it had become a guide. Planet Blackgate, the gateway to the Black Star Core's territory, the landmark of the Geru star cluster. Maple Moon softly read the information displayed on the communicator. It's so lively. It's completely different from the previous version. Madblade could not help but sigh. Only when he personally arrived at the Army's territory did he feel that the changes in the Army were like a dream. Madblade was one of the earliest players to follow Black Star. He had experienced every step of the Black Star's rise, and he found it hard to believe that his faction had really developed to this point and had such a vast territory. Just looking at the size of their territory, it was equivalent to 10 star system civilizations and could even be compared to some star cluster civilizations. How terrifying! In his eyes, Black Star's thigh had become thicker again. Just as his imagination was running wild, Maple Moon softly asked, "The Flickering World is a world server, and we arrived earlier than the players from the other star fields. This period of time is very important. Do you have any plans?" "Don't worry. The Guild will first register as a subsidiary organization in the Army, and we will follow the Guild's orders. We should be able to go to the 4th exploration phase to seize the opportunity," Madblade said. "I didn't expect the Army to release such a revolutionary system. This will almost make the Guilds independent from the Army, and the faction affiliation will become more flexible. The gameplay will be completely reformed. This is of course a good thing for us, but from Black Star's perspective, I don't know what he's thinking. Why is he willing to give up his power?" Maple Moon could not help but mutter. Even after so many days, she was still shocked. It means that my previous guess was right. As the overall grade of the players increases, our influence on the universe will become greater. It seems like this version will be the turning point. Madblade had an expression that said, "I'm very smart. Quickly praise me." Originally, many players were confused about how to take the lead in the current Flickering World. However, the new system that Han Xiao released not long ago immediately pointed out a clear path for all the Army players. Team merit points were practically tailor-made for the development of guilds. Almost every Chinese guild with a name decided to register as an official organization in the Army. Similarly, this also set off a trend of building guilds. During this period of time, countless Army players called their friends to form guilds. Han Zhao's approach was extremely effective. The fleet continued forward, flying for a period of time, and arrived at Black Star Palace. This was also the first time that the players saw this new main base built during the version update. Its grand scale made many players gasp in amazement. The first batch of players to arrived at the outermost ring of the base and gathered in a hall. Philip had summoned them here for inspection. Not long after, 2 figures walked in. All the players present turned to look at them in unison, and their spirits were lifted. The 2 of them were Army Commander Han Xiao and the Army's second beyond grade A Hela. Wow, long time no see. Hela is getting more and more beautiful. This face, this figure, this aura. Please let me die here. Save it. It's all nonsense. Laughing emoji. Ah, I miss the feeling of being beaten to death by Hela. Maybe this is love. No, this is perverted. Women? Boring. Only a strong man like Black Star can make you feel so good that you can't breathe. A large group of players rushed up to get close to them. The words "I want to gain favorability" were clearly written on their faces. Hela was surrounded by countless people and was even more popular than Han Xiao. Han Xiao cursed in his heart for being sexist. Before the impatient Hela started her massacre, he took the initiative to push the people around away, clapped his hands, and said with a deep voice, "Silence. I have something important to say." Hearing this, the players gradually quieted down. Pairs of curious eyes stared at Han Xiao. Han Xiao cleared his throat and slowly said, "Now that the Flickering World is open to the outside world, the exploration of a new star field has entered a new stage. The peace of the past no longer exists. In the future, there will be countless disputes surrounding the resources of the new star field. Our Black Star Corps also needs to adapt to this change. I believe everyone already knows that the Army has recently issued a new system. This is the first step of change. Everyone here is my hometown and comrade in arms, growing together with the Army. The Immortals are very important to the Army. You've all contributed greatly. I've decided to give you more independence. I hope you can use your talents and make a name for yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, many of the players looked at each other in shock. They were greatly surprised. This seemed to be the first time Black Star had talked about the Immortals to them. Before this, although they worked for the Black Star Corps, they did not feel that they were very important. The outside world called them Immortals, but the Army commander did not seem to have talked about this in public. He had always treated them like normal members. In version 1.0, the German organization had already studied the players. Until now, there were still similar situations. All the players had always known that their immortality mechanism might arouse the curiosity of the NPCs. However, in the eyes of most people, this was just a method to increase the sense of realism. They did not pay too much attention to it. However, now that they suddenly heard Black Star say this, the players present had an inexplicable feeling. It was as if something that they had ignored all this time had appeared in their minds again. They were really very unique. In their eyes, Han Zhao's image became even more vivid. Other than this inexplicable feeling, the players present were also very happy. To be able to hear the faction leader, Black Star, personally admit that they were very important to the Army, many of them were very excited. They could not help but have a subtle sense of accomplishment and belonging in their hearts. Han Zhao looked around, taking in everyone's expressions. He suddenly smiled and said, "Don't be surprised. Although Hela and I are now beyond grade as we're all from the mother planet. In this cold universe, we're all on the same side, so there's no need to be too formal with me. I have high hopes for all of you. Remember, the Black Star Corps will always be behind you." Hearing this, everyone's spirits were lifted. Mother planet. That's right. How could I forget this? Black Star has this layer of bond with us. Seeing Han Zhao's attitude, everyone felt that Han Zhao had become even more amiable. In the crowd, Maple Moon was deep in thought. She quietly poked Mad Blade's waist and whispered, "Why do I feel that Black Star seems to have changed a little?" Change? Haha, you're wrong. He hasn't changed at all. Mad Blade, however, had an excited expression. This is the Han Zhao I remember, not that cold big shot Black Star. His voice was too loud, and many of the pro players around could not help but look over. He's right. How long has it been since Black Star had close contact with us? Second Prince muttered. As Black Star's status became higher and higher, it was difficult for others to come into contact with him. I didn't expect him to still be as down-to-earth as he was in version 1.0. Sleepy Winter chuckled. It seems like he really treats us as his confidants. Many people discussed softly, but Pork Bun turned a deaf ear to them and focused on recording this scene. His face was filled with joy. Han Zhao glanced at him discreetly and nodded to himself. In the previous versions, as his status rose, the opportunities for the players to come into contact with him gradually decreased. After 2 versions, his image was already a little cold. However, in version 4.0, the role of the players would become more and more important. Han Zhao decided to become more down-to-earth and close the distance between him and the players, deepening the emotional bond between him and the players. This was an important factor that influenced the players apart from benefits. After all, he was a player in his previous life, so how could he not know about the G-spot of the players? Seeing the joy on the players' faces, Han Zhao coughed and spoke again, finally revealing his true intentions. The competition in the flickering world has become very intense. I'm going to mobilize a fleet and head to the 4th exploration phase to compete with the external organizations. You can participate if you want. As long as a member of each registered affiliate organization participates, they will be able to obtain more team merit points based on the number of participants. They will also be allowed to build strongholds on planets in the Army's territory and be protected by the army. At the same time, all goods in the quartermaster department will be temporarily sold at 30%. As soon as he said that, a faction mission popped up on the interface, and the eyes of the players lit up. Not only would there be a large faction main storyline mission, but they would also be given a 30% discount on the faction store and could even build a proper guild stronghold in the army's territory. Black Star was indeed still that Black Star. This was the walking benefit. Seeing that the players could not wait, Han Xiao announced the end of the meeting. The players dispersed and immediately ran to the quartermaster department to shop. The money they had accumulated in the previous version was still in their hands, and the wallets of the players were full. The 30% discount was a promotional method to stimulate the players to spend more. Although the players' current mentality was to level up, they would definitely be swayed by such a huge benefit. This was to harvest the experience of the players. Han Xiao had not been idle in the past 20 years and had accumulated a wave of mission completion cards. He was currently level 307, and he had increased a little during the update. He would be able to advance once he reached level 320. The few star clusters in the 4th exploration phase were where the competition was the most intense. They were also the main stage for the players to fight in the world server. This was also to urge the players to gain an advantage in the 4th exploration phase to help the army players maintain their lead and prevent them from being bullied by the foreign players. In addition, letting the guilds that had registered as proper organizations build their guild strongholds in the army's territory was also a form of benefit binding. Their homes were all in his territory, so the cost of leaving the faction would be even higher. It's all a trick. I'm really a little naughty. Han Xiao shook his head and chuckled. Leaving the hall with Hela, the two of them strolled around the army and chatted. At this moment, Hela suddenly spoke. Black Star, I'm also preparing to go to the 4th exploration phase to participate in the army's exploration at the front line. Are you itching for a fight? Han Xiao glanced at her. I'm not you. I can't remotely control my doppelganger at home. I want to spar with more beyond grade and this is a good opportunity. Hela nodded. After becoming a beyond grade A, she did not slack off at all. She knew that there was still a huge gap between her and Han Xiao, so she still wanted to improve herself. It was not suitable to spar in the Shattered Star Ring. Now that she was in the Flickering World, it was a good opportunity to train herself. All right, then you'll be the fleet commander. Let me remind you, dozens of beyond grade as will be fighting in the 4th phase. For a long time to come, that place will probably be the most dangerous place in the entire universe. If you encounter someone you can't handle, inform me. My doppelganger will follow the fleet at all times, Han Xiao said. So many beyond grade as were not there for sightseeing, but to fight for the benefits of the new star field. Without Han Xiao's restrictions in the Flickering World, these people would definitely fight fiercely. Not only Hela, but Han Xiao was also preparing to have his doppelganger stay there permanently. After separating from Hela, Han Xiao walked to his room. Along the way, he opened the player forums and browsed through the movements of the players in the various star fields, admiring the elegance and easygoing nature of the idiotic netizens. After browsing for a while to relax, a new post was pinned at the top. Han Xiao took a look, and his eyes sparkled. It was the first issue of Galaxy Times since the release of the new version. GDX. After waiting for more than half a month, you're finally willing to update? Chapter 10:18. Han Xiao clicked into the post, and as soon as he opened the video, 2 new hosts appeared on the screen, 1 male and 1 female. Hello players, I'm Awei, the male host said. I'm Chui Hua, the female host said. This is the Galaxy Times, dedicated to sharing first-hand game information and protecting your gaming career. After the usual opening, the 2 hosts began the routine of every episode, trying their best to chat awkwardly. The new version has been online for more than half a month. Currently, the players of the various countries are trying their best to adapt. Compared to version 3.0, version 4.0 Flickering World had a lot of changes. Let me give you a preview in advance. Today's content is very substantial, and we will lead everyone to analyze the gameplay of the new version. Speaking of the new version, I thought of something. I have a friend. Before he finished, Hua interrupted him. I know. That friend is yourself. Please continue your performance. That friend of mine, he ran into a ghost recently. Where did he run into it? Awe was speechless for a while before continuing. One day, that friend of mine returned home after working overtime. It was already late at night, and his family was already asleep. He quickly washed up and went to bed hugging his wife. In the middle of the night, in a daze, he heard footsteps outside the door, and Hua suddenly interrupted with a weird expression. Wait, what does this have to do with the new version? Ahem, I'm just looking for an excuse to start a conversation. Don't mind these details. Continue. Hua rolled her eyes. Only my friend and his wife live in the house. He thought that a thief had broken into the house, so he quickly got up and turned on the lights. However, he did not find anyone else, and the door was closed properly, so he went back to sleep. However, when he woke up the next morning to go to work, he found that the door was already open with a gap, but nothing was missing in the house. He thought that he was dreaming last night, so he quickly woke his wife up and asked her if she heard anything last night, but his wife did not hear anything. Don't you think that's scary? He must have run into a ghost. Eat more green vegetables in the future. It's good for your body and mind, Hua said. By the way, what would you do if you really ran into a ghost? I'll kill it with a wave of my flag. Do you think my materialistic halo is fake? After this interaction, the two hosts successfully pulled the players' excitement back to normal levels, and they all turned from elated to sullen expressions. Han Xiao listened to the awkward conversation with an expressionless face. The two hosts finally got to the main topic. Back to the topic, version 4.0, Flickering World, has been released for half a month, Awe said. The specialty of this version has already been revealed. That's right, the world's server. Hua. Yes, after the baptism of 3 versions, players from all the countries can finally gather together and play in the same star field. This is a major change in gameplay, and I can foresee that this version will be very lively. It is very likely that there will be a national war, and it will become a fierce battle between players from all the countries. Speaking of foresight, I'm reminded of the prediction made by the Galaxy Times in the last episode of version 3.0. At that time, we speculated that version 4.0 would fully activate the cross-star field function. Now, more than half of our speculations have come true. The only thing we did not guess was the activation of the world server. Due to the appearance of the world server, the players of the Shattered Star Ring have 2 natural version advantages. The first is geographical location. As the 2 star fields are adjacent to each other, the players of the Shattered Star Ring can come to the world server earlier than the players of the other star fields. The second is that the players of the Shattered Star Ring have a unique faction advantage. Yes, among the factions that the players are qualified to join, the only faction that came into contact with the Flickering World in the previous version was the Black Star Corps, which included most of the players of the Shattered Star Ring. They followed the army to participate in the first exploration phase of the Flickering World and laid the foundation. Not only that, in the new version, the Black Star Corps has become the strongest organization in the Flickering World other than the Dynasty. I still remember that the Black Star Corps was the guiding faction of the Shattered Star Ring in version 2.0. Now that it has developed into such a huge organization, it can provide a huge boost to the players of the Shattered Star Ring in the Flickering World and give them an innate advantage. However, I feel that there are 2 sides to everything. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The players of the Shattered Star Ring who have an advantage will very likely become a thorn in the eyes of the players of the other star fields. The 2 hosts echoed each other and analyzed the situation of the version. Regarding the gameplay of the world server, there are many posts analyzing it. According to our conclusion, the competition in version 4.0 will most likely be dominated by guilds. Normal players will have more freedom and more room to maneuver, but the efficiency of obtaining resources will not be comparable to guilds. And our basis is the system recently announced by the Black Star Corps. Awe suddenly paused, hesitated, and said, "Speaking of which, how many times have we predicted the version with the Black Star Corps as the wind vein? As soon as this was said, the players who were watching the show seriously instantly went berserk, and comments flooded the screen. It's true. Everything originated from the Black Star Corps. Without the army, the Galaxy Times wouldn't even know how to make a show. Away. It's very easy to make a prediction. Just summarize the Black Star Corps' movements. Trash show, all thanks to the army, laughing emoji. Official bootlickers can't be washed away. Black Star, that's right, I'm a most handsome guy in the Shattered Star Ring. To the person above, is there something wrong with the window to the soul? Ocean blue rising battle robes, port bun on the left, times on the right, black star shining, waves of the galaxy here? You're the literary tycoon? Write a book if you know how to talk. The idiotic netizens started to show off again, and Han Shao was very happy. This wave of bootlickers was very comfortable. It was not in vain that I had been providing benefits and guiding the version. Chui Hua coughed and said, "Back to business. The Black Star Corps' movements are an important reference. The new system that they announced a while ago, the core mechanism is to turn guilds into official organizations in the universe, giving the players a chance to be independent. Independence has always been relatively unpopular in the previous versions, mainly because the conditions were not right. However, in version 4.0, the level cap has increased and the influence of independence has increased. This gameplay may become more important. The Black Star Corps has guided this gameplay. According to their past deeds, this may become the mainstream gameplay in version 4.0, encouraging more people to form guilds. However, all players, please pay attention. Normal independence requires leaving the original faction. So far, only the Black Star Corps has a semi-independent system. In other words, only army players can be independent while retaining the affiliation of the Black Star Corps. This is another unique advantage. Currently, it is not clear if this is one of the characteristics of the Black Star Corps. If the factions of the players in the other star fields do not have this system, I feel that many foreign players will switch to the Black Star Corps. Therefore, the question now is, if they become players of the same faction, will there still be a national war? The analysis is quite accurate. Han Shao thought to himself. This was a good thing for him. It would help promote the superiority of his system and make the players more aware of the convenience of the army, increasing the attractiveness of the faction. The program then analyzed the possibility of the players in the world server in detail, as well as the movements of the players in the various star fields. Han Shao watched the whole process, mainly focusing on the movements of the players in the other star fields. Unlike the Shattered Star Ring, the players in the other star fields did not have a unified faction. They were all scattered, and they were currently traveling across star fields with their factions. There were also quite a number of lone wolf players who had left the faction. Most of them were from America and Europe. After all, different places nurtured different people. Breathing in the sweet air, the genes of freedom were imperceptibly engraved in their bones. The factions that the players belonged to were worth paying attention to, and most of them were small organizations. Small organizations were nothing to worry about. There were too many powerful organizations in the flickering world, and the channels to join them would be open up on a large scale in version 4.0. The players would be like being surrounded by countless disheveled vixens. How could they resist this temptation? They would immediately abandon the old and abandon the new. Furthermore, many people did not like to break up peacefully. They would directly cheat and become scumbags who betrayed their old faction in exchange for contribution points. Han Shao remembered many cases. There were even players who purposely used the name of a small organization to provoke a big crocodile, leading to a wave of betrayal and attracting a strong enemy for the small organization. This caused the destruction of the old faction, and they would join the new enemy faction for a promotion and a raise. This was the epitome of shamelessness. To many players, integrity was nothing. Small organizations were not attractive and weak, so the players would not miss them. However, for a large faction like his, which had benefits and strength, normal players would cherish it and would not do such a thing. Other than small organizations, there were also foreign players who worked for powerful organizations, such as the Limitless Financial Group, the Galactic Black Market, the extinguished army, and some star cluster or even supercluster civilizations. Depending on the region, there were more or less immortals from different countries, especially that bastard Sorokin. He recruited many players and even tested the army players in the past. He's probably trying to poach my people in the flickering world. Han Xiao secretly curled his lips. The Limitless Financial Group mainly recruited people in the Sea of Star Spirits, mainly Japanese and Korean players. The Extinguished Army was an important faction for the Americans. These two organizations had the most players other than the Black Star Corps. At the mention of the Extinguished Army, Han Xiao could not help but think of Bayoni. Bayoni was the leader of the Flame Demon race, and the Extinguished Army was mainly made up of the Frost Demon race. The two could be considered enemies. Bayoni controlled the land of the Fire Corps, while the Extinguished Army controlled the land of the Frost Corps. Even the treasures of their respective races were very similar. Just as he was thinking, Han Xiao suddenly had a thought. He opened his attribute interface and saw that his experience bar was increasing rapidly. Hee, our promotion is working. Dynasty, Temple of God, Long Sky, and the other first-tier professional clubs had all registered as official organizations in the Black Star Corps. The name of the organization was not changed and directly followed the name of the guild. After receiving Han Zhao's instructions, Philip turned on the lights and quickly approved the procedures for the guilds to become official members one after another. The organizational structure of the army players changed drastically, and they officially became recognized affiliated guilds. Their records were set up in the army. After completing the registration, these large guilds immediately allowed a portion of their members to participate in the main storyline exploration mission and obtain many benefits promised by Han Xiao. To these large guilds, they could also use these benefits to attract many players who did not have guilds to join them. It was mutually beneficial. After 20 years of continuous hard work by the logistics department, the equipment of the army was all new models, and the equipment of the players were all outdated models from 20 years ago and needed to be updated. Coupled with the stimulation of the 70% discount, the desire to spend was unprecedentedly high, and there was a shopping frenzy in the military supply department. A large amount of ANAs entered his account, but to Han Technician, the money that the players brought was only a small profit. What was more important was the experience. He had added the experience fee to more faction products and introduced a new system. The players could choose two payment methods, either with money or experience. If they did not have money in their pockets, they could directly use experience to buy. In the eyes of the other army members, this was a little strange. It was like giving away equipment for free. However, now that Han Xiao was fully fledged, he did not need to be as careful as before when it came to dealing with the players. As long as he said that the immortals had special privileges, it could be explained away. The result was that the efficiency of harvesting experience increased exponentially. Experience was a special currency that belonged to the players. Currently, only the Black Star Corps had the service of donating experience for money. The other factions could not learn it even if they wanted to. Millions of army players arrived at the Black Star Palace in a few days, but the foreign players from the other star fields were still rushing. According to the itinerary of the players, the second to arrive in the world server should be the Southeast Asian players from Black Hole Edge, mainly Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Singapore. However, that would take many days, and the Chinese players had plenty of time to expand their advantage. Under the mobilization of the Black Star Corps, the players were roughly divided into two groups. One group followed the fleet led by Hela and set off for the fourth exploration phase, preparing to participate in the competition between the foreign organizations. The remaining players were mostly guild members. Using the benefits that Han Xiao promised, they chose to build their guild strongholds in the army's territory and use their team merit points to purchase resource points and various business operations rights, beginning to build a stronger foundation for their respective guilds. Under the control of Han Xiao, all the army players were mobilized, developing step by step according to the path that he had pointed out, using the mainstream playstyle that had been proven in his previous life to expand their lead in the world server step by step. At the same time, The fleet, led by Hela, followed the other foreign organizations and arrived at the fourth exploration phase. The current situation could be summed up in one word: demon dance. Reborn, I want to be the richest man in the world. Introduction. The richest man has three good things: more money, more life, and less worries. Rebirth 2008, Shun Yin decided, I'll be the richest man. Chapter 1019. The fourth exploration phase's target was 4 star clusters, which were geographically located in the center of the flickering world. The opening of the new star fields to the outside world was the dynasty's way of reducing their construction costs. The first 3 phases' territories were divided properly, and they were considered high-security zones. These 4-star clusters were free competition zones for all organizations. The dynasty did not restrict external organizations from fighting for territory, so they were considered low-security zones. The external organizations would choose one or a few star clusters to explore and fight for territory while opening up the map. In the early stages of the exploration, the various organizations mainly focused on occupying land. Their goal was basically the same, which was to occupy a bridgehead before slowly exploring the unknown areas. At this moment, countless foreign forces had just arrived in the fourth phase, and the exploration area was still limited to the edge of the 4-star clusters. However, the situation was already showing signs of complexity. If the territories of the various forces were to be carefully divided on the star map, it would definitely be the most complicated map in the entire universe. Most of the organizations had already foreseen the intensity of the competition and had formed groups of varying degrees. Generally speaking, the main factions active in the free competition zone could be divided into a few categories. The first was the local tyrants, which referred to the dynasty and their allies. They had occupied a territory at the edge of the 4-star fields and had a rather high status. After all, most of the external organizations did not want to fight with the local tyrants head-on, and the organizations under the dynasty did not put in much effort to explore and did not participate in the fierce competition. The second was the alliance of different civilizations. The Supercluster Alliance was the leader among them, and the rest were the Star Cluster Civilization alliances divided by star fields. They explored and expanded without restraint and occupied bridgeheads. The territories of the allies were adjacent to each other, and they appeared on the map of the organizations. This type of organization was the mainstream in the free competition zone. The third was the financial group forces, which were mainly mercenaries under them. They mainly sought wealth, and the territories they occupied were more scattered. The fourth was the external beyond Grade A organizations, which were also very competitive but were few in number. The fifth was the civilian organizations, which had the most complicated composition and the most scattered territories. In Han Zhao's previous life, they often changed hands and were the main areas where conflicts broke out. As for Radiance and Ethereal, they kept a low profile and did not have any intention of expanding. They only allowed their allies to freely participate in the competition. The 3 universal civilizations had a tacit understanding and were clearly giving up the stage for the other organizations to compete with. However, for now, although there were occasional conflicts in the free competition zones of the 4-star clusters, there had yet to be a large-scale conflict. The exploration had just begun, and there were still many unknown territories. Everyone was at the edge of the star cluster, and the power structure was far from being saturated. Currently, these organizations were mainly wary of the dynasty's attitude, but fighting was only a matter of time. With the Black Star Corps firing the first shot in the flickering world, this process would be greatly accelerated. In one of the 4th phase's free competition zones, in the Emerald Star Cluster, the enormous Black Star Corps exploration fleet sailed out of the dynasty's military stargate and arrived at the Star Cluster border. In the command room, Hela stood in front of the console expressionlessly, carefully looking at the holographic virtual star map in front of her. She had changed into a battle suit made from nanomaterials that Han Xiao had specially made for her. It was a double-breasted black uniform, the style of which was the luxurious version of the Army's officer uniform. It hugged her skin tightly, outlining her charming figure. There was the Army's logo on the collar. At the same time, she had a large high-collared cape on her back. The surface of the cape was black and gold with gorgeous patterns. The inner side of the cape was red. This outfit matched her unique temperament and made Hela look even more imposing. The model of the battlesuit was Crimson Snake, first generation, a beyond grade A equipment that contained a large amount of cutting-edge technology. In daily mode, it looked like ordinary clothes, but in combat mode, it would display the power of a beyond grade mechanical suit. This battle suit was not made at the last minute. Before Hela returned, Han Xiao had already made this equipment. When Hela received this gift, although she did not say anything on the surface, she had been wearing it the entire time. Clearly, she liked it very much. Deputy Army Commander, where are we going now? The female adjutant beside her asked. Hela stretched out her finger and tapped on the holographic star map, zooming in on an area. This was a planet at the edge of the Emerald Star Cluster called Planet FireEye. Its location was a little off and had not been occupied by anyone yet. Let's go there and build a bridgehead, Hela said. She was now the commander of the exploration fleet. Han Xiao had given her extremely high decision-making power and only limited the Army's exploration target to the Emerald Star Cluster. As for the specific operation, Hela would be in charge of it. The reason he chose the Emerald Star Cluster was that it was also the home of the Modo civilization's exploration. At the same time, it was also a rather prosperous area in his previous life. He remembered that there were still some hidden elements here. The remains of an old civilization were unearthed in this star cluster. The civilization level was very high, and it kept a lot of technological information. It had caused countless organizations to fight over it in his previous life, but the specific location was unknown. Most importantly, the Emerald Star Cluster was one of the coordinates where the primal chaos mysterious energy would be born. In ES God's Legacy, there were quite a few coordinates that predicted the birth of the primal chaos mysterious energy. Han Xiao could not determine which one was real. Because ES God did not die in his previous life, the information was not leaked. Therefore, ES God secretly took care of the primal chaos mysterious energy without attracting much attention from the outside world. The players also did not know about this. However, Han Xiao had been secretly monitoring Evan's whereabouts. In his previous life, this host of the primal chaos mysterious energy had found a job after he was released from prison. He became a normal ground crew member of an exploration fleet of a financial group, responsible for cleaning and repairing spaceships. The fleet he was in had come to the Emerald Star Cluster. Therefore, Han Xiao was quite sure that the Emerald Star Cluster was the location where the primal chaos mysterious energy would be born. After all, after the primal chaos mysterious energy was ripped off by ES God, it definitely found a host nearby. Therefore, the area where Evans was the most likely. Of course, Hela did not know about this yet. She casually ordered the fleet to head to Planet FireEye. However, a portion of the player guilds did not follow. Instead, they left the main group and acted separately. These guilds that had completed their registration had the right to act freely. In order to build their own strongholds, they did not want to follow the main group. This was something that Han Xiao tacitly allowed. Furthermore, he had prepared many missions in the Army interface specifically for the players. The rewards were generous, and this was to encourage the guilds to act independently and expand their lead. Somewhere in the Emerald Star Cluster, Beast Ancestor Garutin's fleet was stationed on a planet, building this bridgehead in full swing. Although he was the protector behind the scenes of the galactic black market, Garutin also had his own organization. If there was anything special about it, it would be that most of the members were his descendants. Garutin stood on a towering peak, looking down at the ground that was gradually being covered by metal. Above his head was the dark and deep starry sky, and the aurora brought about by the ionization of the atmosphere flowed in the sky. He was naked, and his majestic and mighty body was exposed between the heavens and the earth. The lion mane all over his body fluttered in the corrosive wind. Radiance surrounded his body, and every one of them was a highly condensed pugilist flame. A peak beyond grade 8 pugilist training method had already transcended from purely tempering the body to a higher realm. He had to use every inch of his body to feel the movement of the universe. It was extremely mysterious. Like Heber's training method of bathing in a star, Garuten had stopped doing it a long time ago. At this moment, meteors flew from the sky and landed behind Garuten. They were all Calamity-grade officers, and there were more than 40 of them. "Father!" Everyone lowered their heads and spoke in unison with a respectful tone. These officers were all the descendants of Beast Ancestor. Furthermore, they all had different appearances, as though they belonged to different species. Garuten was worthy of the Ancestor in his nickname. He also had a civilian nickname, Space Cedar. After he evolved into a beyond grade A species, he had obtained a powerful reproductive ability, and his genes had extraordinary adaptability. In front of him, there was almost no problem of reproductive isolation, and he could give birth to offspring with most species. His method of expanding his race was very simple and crude. It was to capture females of different races and use them to mate, giving birth to all kinds of hybrid species. If there were outstanding mutants among his descendants, he would also turn them into his reproductive machine, creating stronger descendants. This method impacted the ethics of some races, so Garuten had always been rejected by many civilizations, thinking that he was a barbarian like a beast. However, there were also many races that did not care about this. After all, every race had different ethics. Garuten turned around, not caring that he was naked in front of his descendants. He said in a muffled voice, "What's the matter?" A descendant stepped out from the crowd. He looked like a spider, but his face was humanoid. His 6 appendages were holding a communicator together as a sign of respect. "Father, Sorokin is looking for you." Garuten nodded and picked up the communicator. Sorokin's virtual figure appeared in front of him. "Why are you looking for me?" Sorokin smiled faintly. "Do you still remember my plan for the Black Star Corps? Now is the time. When the Limitless Financial Group gains a firm foothold, we will begin to target the Black Star Corps' territory. Before that, we can restrict the exploration of the Army. Do you need my help?" "That's right. The Black Star Corps exploration team is currently heading to Planet Fireye, not far from you. I hope you can occupy Planet Fireye first. The leader of the other party is Hela. Tester, it's best if you can force the Black Star fleet to retreat and delay their exploration progress." "Why don't you do it yourself? My main body is not in the Emerald Star Cluster. Plus, I can't beat Hela." Sorokin smiled. "Humph, we made a deal with you because we don't want to deal with the Black Star Corps personally. What's the meaning of this?" Garuten snorted coldly. As a peak beyond grade A, he was not afraid of provoking Black Star. He just did not want to work for free. Sorokin slowly said, "My abilities are limited. I only have some ability in business. If you don't help me, I won't be able to restrict the exploration of the Black Star Corps, and the effect will be reduced. When the time comes, don't blame me for not giving Black Star enough pressure. Plus, I can reveal some information to you. Radiance and Ethereal have plans to get rid of Hela. Oh, are they not afraid of angering the dynasty and causing another tragedy of the Pinnacles? You don't know this. Hela belongs to the Black Star Corps, but she did not agree to join the dynasty. Getting rid of her will only anger Black Star. Hela becoming a beyond grade A was an accident, but it also gave us a new direction to attack the Black Star Corps." Garuten narrowed his eyes. "Did you forget what Black Star said at the meeting of the gods? There are too few beyond grade S. Even one of them dying is not beneficial to us." "Haha, is that really the case?" Sorokin smiled faintly. "The Mecha Empire is very ambitious. He hopes to gather all the beyond grade A organizations and obtain more things. But thinking about it, isn't this being used by him? My thoughts are the exact opposite of his. If there are fewer beyond grade, as the remaining people will be safer and more heavily relied on by the advanced civilizations." Garuten frowned. "Are you planning to betray the beyond grade as on the same front? There has never been such a thing as betrayal. What does the others have to do with us? Isn't the current situation of the Beyond Grade as good enough? Sorokin did not mind. Scheming for something that does not belong to us. This kind of ambition will only lead us to our doom. Don't say such things to me again. I'll pretend I didn't hear it. Garutin waved his hands in annoyance. Seeing that we're old friends, I'll help you this time. I'll make a trip to Planet FireEye. Double my dividends for the next period. Otherwise, there's no need to talk about it. Okay. Sorokin smiled. After hanging up, Garutin looked back at his many descendants and said with a deep voice, "Prepare the spaceship and follow me." This time, one of his descendants could not help but say, "Father, isn't it not worth it for us to provoke the Black Star Core in the flickering world? Do you think Sorokin is the first person to ask me do this?" Garutin snorted. "Heh, in the current flickering world, there are many organizations that want to deal with the Black Star Core. Black Star is too big of a tree that attracts too much wind." Halfway through their journey, the Black Star Core exploration fleet suddenly received a message. "Your Excellency, Deputy Army Commander, there's a situation." The female adjutant rushed into the room. Hela, who was meditating, opened her eyes and said with a frown, "What's the matter? Planet FireEye has been occupied by someone else. The other party is Beast Ancestor Garutin's fleet. Should we change to another planet?" Garutin, a cold glint flashed through Hela's eyes. "We did not hide our whereabouts. The outside world knows our target, but he purposely occupied Planet FireEye. This is a provocation to the army. If we take a detour, it will weaken the prestige that the army commander has worked so hard to build. But Garutin is a peak beyond grade A." The adjutant did not dare to continue. "Your army commander is also a peak beyond grade A, so there's no reason to give in." Hela stood up and said with a deep voice, "Do not change the route. Full speed ahead." "So what if he's a peak beyond grade A? It's not like I haven't been beaten before." She wasn't like a rose, who had exhausted his potential. She was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of tigers. She had never been afraid of challenging the strong. Only by fighting with the strong could one's potential be stimulated. This was Hela's creed. At the same time, Han Xiao, who was happily counting his EXP in Black Star Palace every day, also received the message from Philip and was slightly stunned. "Garutin? When did I provoke him?" Han Xiao scratched his head and felt a little helpless. Although he did not know the reason, he was no longer a small character. There was no reason for him to give in and let others take advantage of him. "You're the one who ran over to shorten your lifespan." Recommended book, I Can Extract Proficiency, Wuxia Online Gaming Novel by Yun Donglu. Introduction. Want to team up to kill the boss? We'll split the equipment equally, and the corpse is mine. Yi Weiming, who was wearing a flying suit, had the heavenly sword in his right hand and the coffin lid in his left. He looked at the boss with an extremely kind gaze. Chapter 10:20. Planet FireEye. Streams of light flashed across the universe and stopped not far away from the planet, revealing the Black Star Corps' exploration fleet. "Deputy Army Commander, we're here." On the bridge, Hela looked at Planet FireEye through the porthole and saw Garutin's fleet hovering outside the planet. "Open the wide area communication and contact them." Hela decided to use peaceful means before resorting to force. The communicator sent out a message, and after a while, a communication request popped up on the screen. After connecting, a beast-like humanoid life form appeared on the screen. It was a Calamity-grade officer. "I'm Goragon, the son of Beast Ancestor. Greetings, Your Excellency Hela." "What's the meaning of this?" Hela frowned. "Father wishes to invite you to Planet FireEye for a discussion. He's waiting for you on the surface." "Discuss what?" "I don't know what Father is thinking, but the question is, do you dare to come?" Goragon's tone was impolite and aggressive. "Sure, make way and let my fleet land. We'll talk after that." "Sorry, Father said that only you are allowed to go. The fleet cannot follow." "Then tell him to scram." Hela turned around and said decisively, "All ships, listen to my order. Advance and destroy any battleship that dares block our way." At this time, the screen changed, and Garutin's figure appeared. Facing someone of the same level, running naked was too impolite. He wore a simple, sleeveless battle suit and stood with his arms crossed, expressionless. Not bad. Looks like the Black Star Corps has a tough deputy army commander. Seeing this, Hela raised her fist and said, Garutin, I'm very curious. The Black Star Corps has no conflict with you. Why are you provoking us? Garutin said in a muffled voice, You want to know the reason? I'll tell you when we meet. Let's see if you have the guts. I'll wait for you on the planet's surface. Both you and I will have our fleets stay away from planet Fireye. With that said, Garutin's fleet was the first to leave planet Fireye, facing off against Black Star's fleet from afar. Coincidentally, the planet was right in the middle between the two fleets, leaving Garutin alone on planet Fireye. Hela pondered for a moment, then turned to the adjutant and said, Fully explore planet Fireye and the surrounding environment. See if there are any hidden life signals or energy sources, and prevent the enemy from setting traps. The adjutant nodded and gave the order. After a while, he received a report. The surroundings are very clean. There is indeed only one life signal from Garutin. How is it? Should we open fire? Before his superior said anything, the adjutant wanted to take the opportunity to attack Garutin. Since he's sincere, I'll listen to what he has to say. You guys stay here and wait for orders. Keep the weapon system activated and be vigilant of the surroundings. Once the enemy fleet makes any abnormal movements, open fire immediately. Even if the fleet took the opportunity to attack Garutin, it would not be much of a threat to him. Since he dared to do so, he naturally had nothing to fear. Hela was unsure of Garutin's intentions, so she simply agreed to meet him. Perhaps Garutin was planning to create a one-on-one environment to attack her, but she did not panic. This was exactly what she wanted. Even if she could not beat a pinnacle beyond grade A, she could still hold on for a while. Hela took a small spaceship and quickly entered planet Fireye's atmosphere, stopping high in the sky. The hatch opened, and Hela stepped out, looking down at the surface. In the middle of a barren plain filled with strange rocks, Garutin sat on a huge rock with his elbows on his knees and his palms crossed in front of him. He looked up at Hela and slowly spoke. As an Esper, you dare to come into close contact with a pinnacle beyond grade A pugilist. You're very brave. The sound waves coming from his mouth seemed to cause the air in the world to vibrate, spreading far away like thunder. Hela did not land, hovering in the air, and said, If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you looking for me? Garutin stared at Hela and said calmly, I don't know what others think, but in my eyes, you're the one with the most potential among this batch of new beyond grade As. So, Hela raised her brows. A talent like you will climb to a higher level sooner or later. There's no need for you to be someone's subordinate. Coming out alone is more suitable for you. Garutin said calmly. Hela's eyes flashed, and she said coldly, Which organization are you representing to sow discord between Black Star and me? The 3 universal civilizations? I'm only representing myself and the Galactic Black Market Management Committee. You could take my words as a sincere suggestion. Don't you think you're meddling too much? Hela snorted. I can see that you're a very tough person, and you don't like to listen to other people's orders. Sooner or later, you'll definitely be independent. Garutin's eyes were filled with interest. When that day comes, I'm willing to give you an invitation to become one of the protectors of the Galactic Black Market. Not only was he trying to sow discord, but he was also trying to poach her. Hela's face was indifferent. I have my communicator on, and Black Star can hear you the entire time. So what if he hears? Garutin did not care. You have the right to choose, and you're not his slave. I'm not interested in your invitation. Hela was indifferent. Are you done? Withdraw your troops, and we'll treat it as if the provocation never happened. I don't think this is a provocation. Planet Fireye doesn't belong to the Black Star Corps in the first place. This is a free competition zone, not your territory. No one said that other people can't occupy the planet you set your eyes on. Garutin shook his head. You had the chance to occupy this planet a long time ago, but you only came over to take it for yourself after we made our choice. If this isn't a provocation, what is? Hela said, Don't be too overbearing, kid. Garutin grinned. First come, first served. You're the ones who should get lost. Go find another planet. This is my stronghold now." As soon as he said that, the atmosphere became tense, and the two of them were at each other's throats. He was entrusted by someone, and no matter what reaction Hela had, he would not give in. His goal was to force Hela to fight with him and test her. From his point of view, this mission was very simple. As long as he fought with Hela and let the Black Star Corps suffer some losses, he would see if he could retreat or not. That would be the end of it. Although this level of conflict and provocation would cause Black Star to be dissatisfied, it was not to the point of fighting to the death. He was quite sure that he did not want to make an enemy of Black Star, and the Black Star did not want to make an enemy of him either. Both sides were not to be trifled with. Hela's expression turned completely cold. Garuten was right. The Black Star Corps was unreasonable. However, if she gave in this situation, others would not praise her for being reasonable, but would only think that she was weak. If all problems could be solved through reason, there would be no disputes in this world. If you don't back down, I won't back down. Since you're deliberately looking for trouble, the only way to solve it is to use force. Looking at Garuten's malicious expression, Hela was silent for a few seconds before she suddenly made her move. Rumble. Monstrous death energy swept out, turning into a rainstorm of attacks that shot down from all directions. It looks quite scary. Garuten twisted his neck and stomped on the ground. Bang! The ground cracked, and a huge ring-shaped valley was created by his stomp. The shockwave swept up the dust and scattered it. He turned into a meteor and crashed into the rainstorm of death energy. Dark brown, pugilous flames wrapped around his body, revealing a wild and arrogant temperament. Bang! The meteor swept past in an instant. Before Hela could react, the fist wrapped in flames hit her abdomen. The shield of the battle suit cracked, and small cracks appeared in the outer armor. Her entire body shot out with a bang, breaking through the sound barrier. What powerful strength, what fast speed. Hela's expression changed slightly. The anti-seismic system of the battle suit could not withstand such a powerful shock. Hela only felt as if her internal organs had been flattened, and she was in extreme pain. It took her a lot of effort to stabilize her body in midair, but she was secretly shocked. They were both peaked beyond grade but the feeling of fighting with Garuten was completely different from Han Xiao. Han Xiao suppressed her in all aspects. He was strong in every aspect, and he had great control. It was as if he could flatten her at will. On the other hand, Garuten's fighting style was extremely berserk. He was like a rampaging beast, unstoppable and unstoppable. Hela's impression of a beyond grade A pugilist mainly came from Heber, but this was completely different from a peak beyond grade A pugilist. They were not on the same level. Speed, strength, energy, and other attributes all had a qualitative change. To be specific, Garuten alone could beat 3 or 4 Hebers to death. Only the SS grade could be considered a peak beyond grade A, and the combat strength of this level was no joke. After one successful attack, Garuten did not pursue. Instead, he hovered in place and looked down to observe the death energy clinging to his body. His protective energy was extremely thick, and most of the attacks were blocked by it. Only a small part of the damage was inflicted on his body, and only a few layers of death's erosion were stacked on his body. Corrosive energy seems to be related to vitality. Looks like the rumors are true. You use this method to heavily injure Tolian. The more you accumulate, the stronger your explosive power. Garuten glanced at Hela, and his energy burst out, shattering the death energy on his body and dispelling the death's erosion status. Pugilists who relied on their bodies to survive usually had many skills that could dispel negative statuses. This is a little tricky. Hela gritted her teeth, but her eyes lit up. She realized that Garuten's combat strength was a little beyond her expectations, but this did not make her retreat. Instead, it made her battle intent sore. The next moment, Hela took the initiative to attack again, and the death energy surged like a tide. While attacking, it wrapped around her and moved quickly. A red tide, like a tsunami, rushed toward him. Garuten lowered his shoulders and took a step forward, slamming into the air in front of him. In an instant, an invisible spherical shockwave exploded in midair, quickly enveloping the incoming death energy. Rumble. The sound of vibrations echoed between heaven and earth. Garutin's collision was a skill. The particles in the entire space in front of him seemed to vibrate at a high frequency, and the approaching death energy collapsed one after another, quickly dispersing, unable to get close to his body. Your strength doesn't seem to match your attitude. Garutin's expression was indifferent. His figure suddenly disappeared, and he moved at full speed. Swoosh! The difference in speed was too great. Before Hela could react, Garutin had already arrived beside her, and a powerful whip kick landed on her back. Boom! She arched her body and shot into the sky like a cannonball, flying out of outer space. Cough, cough. I can't fight him in close combat. Hela felt that dozens of bones in her body had been broken by that kick, and she immediately made a judgment. When facing Tolian, she could still rely on her vampiric ability to fight head-on because the difference in strength was not too great. However, compared to a pinnacle beyond grade A pugilist, her strength, speed, and close combat skills were far too lacking. The difference in strength was too great. Although they were both beyond grade, as she could not even see the other party's figure clearly. In the field of close combat, pinnacle beyond grade A pugilists were almost invincible. Fighting head-on would be courting death. In a one-on-one battle, I have no way of fighting back. I have to make the battlefield more complicated. While Hela was thinking of a strategy, the built-in communicator of the battle suit rang. Han Zhao's voice came out. He was online the whole time. How is it? Do you feel the difference in strength? Do you need help? No need. Hela shook her head. How could she grow if she always had Black Star help her? But you're not his match. If you can't do it, let me do it. Han Zhao raised his brows. He knew that Hela would not be able to beat him. During the meeting of the gods, he had collected information on Garutin's attributes. There were a lot of question marks. Even he himself might not be able to beat Garutin in a head-on battle, let alone Hela. If a pinnacle beyond grade it was so easy to deal with, there would not be such a huge deterrent. However, he knew that even if she could not beat him, the one at a disadvantage would not be Hela, so he did not interfere with Hela's training. Humph! Wait until I'm about to be beaten to death before you help. Hela stabilized her body, turned around, and tried to open up a distance while attacking with death energy to restrain Garutin. It could not be considered a close combat battle. It was almost a one-sided beating. If not for Garutin deliberately slowing down his attacks to force out Hela's various abilities, she would have been beaten to a pulp. The difference in speed and strength was enough to break through anything. However, Garutin did not feel relaxed. After enduring the attacks of death energy, he could not help but feel a little wary. What a strange ability. If not for my overwhelming strength, her Esper ability might have been quite a threat to me. Another punch landed on Hela's shoulder, and Hela shot out. Garutin was about to chase after her when he suddenly realized that Hela had adjusted her direction. Her target was his fleet. She actually took the initiative to fly toward my fleet? Is she not afraid of being surrounded? Garutin was slightly stunned. This time, Hela suddenly changed her hand gesture, and a wave of psychic energy burst out. He paused, and the world in front of him changed drastically. It was as if he was suddenly pulled into a dark space. Looking down, he saw the faces of countless vengeful spirits. Abyss of the Dead. Although pugilists trained their minds, their mental resistance would not be too high. Garutin was stunned when he was hit by this mind control skill. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hela swept up the death energy and crashed through the shield erected by Garutin's fleet, rushing into the fleet. Goragon, who had been talking to Hela earlier, stood in the command room of one of the spaceships, confused. What is she doing? Before he could take action, Hela raised her hands, and the death energy burst out, attacking all the spaceships around her. What? Goragon was shocked and hurriedly ordered the fleet to dodge. However, before he could issue the order, the dark red energy rushed over and covered the porthole. It quickly approached and occupied his line of sight. Goragon's eyes widened. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, the spaceships were chewed up and swallowed by the death energy like biscuits, and the lives of countless Garutan's descendants were harvested. Hela's HP quickly recovered through the feedback of lifesteal. After the previous exchange, Hela was very clear that she was far from being a match for Garutan in a one-on-one fight. With her HP, she would not be able to last long. The only way to increase her endurance was to turn the battle into a group fight, allowing herself to absorb more HP. Her combat strength in a large-scale battle was far higher than in a one-on-one fight. Fighting in groups was her home field. Hela rampaged through the fleet, killing everything in her path. Her status quickly recovered, and countless screams were drowned out by the explosions. At this time, Garutan finally got rid of the mind control of Abyss of the Dead. As soon as he came back to his senses, he saw Hela had left him and was wantonly slaughtering his descendants. His expression changed drastically, and he was furious. In his opinion, Hela was slaughtering his descendants to vent her anger. Many of them were elites that he had carefully cultivated. You dare. Chapter 1021. The death energy wreaked havoc on the fleet, corroding and penetrating the shields, tearing apart the outer armor. Hela's figure shuttled back and forth in the universe. Countless of Garutan's subordinates were killed by the combination of physical and mental damage. The death energy took away their life force and replenished Hela's health. At the same time, it absorbed the soul fragments of the dead to strengthen Hela's Esper ability. Being attacked, the fleet panicked for a moment and hurriedly counterattacked. The cannons on the ships fired, but some of them were dodged or blocked by the death energy shield. Only a small portion of them caused damage to Hela. However, in front of Hela's high blood-sucking efficiency, these injuries were healed in the blink of an eye. Garutan's eyes looked like they were about to spit fire, and he was extremely furious. His speed suddenly increased, and he almost instantly passed through the surging death energy around Hela, closing in on her body. This time, he did not hold back, and his punches and kicks filled with killing intent left countless afterimages as they landed on her body like a storm. Bang, bang, bang. Rings of flames exploded, and the punches continued to shatter Hela's organs and bones. The power of a peak beyond grade, a pugilist almost turned her into a pile of meat paste. However, Ella, who had received a large amount of blood-sucking feedback, increased her endurance by a few levels. Her health dropped and rose again, and she barely managed to hold on. Hela kept dodging and defending, but she did not forget to counterattack time and time again. She even exchanged injuries for injuries. You're really looking for death. Garutan was furious. While beating Hela, he looked back at the Black Star Corps fleet not far away with eyes filled with killing intent. Hela actually dared to kill his subordinates to vent her anger. He could also return the favor to the Black Star Corps. However, at this time, Garutan's pupils constricted. He saw a mech legion fly out from the Black Star Corps fleet and block in front of the fleet. The leader was emitting shocking energy waves. It was Black Star's Lord's avatar. Han Zhao's mechanical army was on standby and did not plan to rescue Hela. Garutan knew that if he attacked the fleet, he would be in a 1 versus 2 situation. I'm only one person, and I won't be able to split myself. If I attack the Black Star Corps fleet, I'll face Black Star, and Hela will be free to slaughter my subordinates. As this thought flashed through his mind, Garutan could only give up the idea of attacking the fleet, and he was even more furious. He was a peak beyond grade, A beyond grade, A beyond grade A. Black Star, you really think I won't kill your officers? Fine. If you don't interfere, I'll beat your deputy army commander to death right in front of you. Ever since Hela slaughtered his subordinates, the level of conflict had escalated. Garutan no longer had the thought of testing the waters, but wanted to kill. Black Star is not to be trifled with. So what? We're both peak beyond grade as. You really think I'm afraid of you? I have a temper too. Garutan increased the intensity of his attacks, turning his anger into lethality and blasting it all on the opponent in front of him. Attacking wildly meant that openings would be easily exposed. Hela was covered in blood, but she ignored the pain and kept her calm. She stared at the death energy on Garutin's body that was getting denser and denser, and her eyes flashed. All of a sudden, Garutin's fist was wrapped in violent flames, and he punched out. He had used a skill, and the space around him seemed to be distorted. Swoosh! His fist passed through Hela's chest as though he had punched through her. The fist energy shot out and separated the Red Sea of death energy. However, Garutin's eyes narrowed, and he did not feel like he had hit anything. The next moment, Hela's body suddenly turned into a cluster of death energy and wrapped around Garutin's arm. In the sea of death energy far away, a cluster of human-shaped energy rose up and quickly transformed into Hela's original body. Dead Sea Stealth. Hela could turn her body into half energy and teleport in the area covered by death energy. The cooldown was not short, and this was one of her few movement skills. Garutin frowned. After beating Hela up for so long, he thought that Hela did not have any dodging abilities. Just as he was about to give chase, Garutin felt his fist sink. The energy slew that Hela left behind when she teleported wrapped around his hand and released a huge suction force, dragging his arm down as though it was trying to suck him into the sea of death energy. At the same time, the death's erosion on Garutin's body suddenly soared from 10 to 15 layers. Dead transfer. Hela's method of stacking death's erosion was not just a normal attack. She had the ability to stack multiple layers of marks in an instant, and this was one of them. It was a semi-control skill, and as long as it was effective, she could give the target 5 layers of death's erosion. She had been hiding this skill all along, and she wanted to launch a surprise attack to stack all the marks on Garutin's body and detonate the 15 layers of Death's Harvest before he could dispel the debuffs. Attacking Garutin's fleet was to suck blood and choose a battlefield that was beneficial to her to increase her endurance. Secondly, it was to attract aggro. From her point of view, she could only use herself as bait to provoke Garutin's anger. Only then would he have a chance to reveal his weakness. As long as he strengthened his attacks, he would have less energy to defend. Hela's eyes were calm. The moment the skill took effect, she did not give Garutin any time to react. She seamlessly connected Death's Harvest and detonated the 15 layers of marks. Boom! Garutin's body exploded with a dazzling red light. Hela took the opportunity to retreat and widen the distance between them. However, in the next moment, a dark brown, pugilist body separation wave shot out from the red light, evaporating the death energy that blocked its path and directly hitting Hela, pushing her straight toward Planet Fire Eye. The brown ray pierced through Planet Fire Eye like a toothpick piercing through an orange. However, in the next second, holes appeared on both sides of the planet and began to expand rapidly, releasing the red light of the planet's core. Buzz! In an instant, everyone's eyes were filled with white, and they subconsciously closed their eyes. If not for the battleship portholes having the function of adjusting the spectrum and brightness, this level of light would have been enough to burn the eyes of many people present. Warning! Warning! Energy eruption detected. Level of explosion. Planet annihilation. The ear-piercing alarm sounded on every ship, and when everyone opened their eyes again, the huge planet had already disappeared without a trace. Only a tiny speck of dust was left. The entire planet collapsed and was annihilated. Countless materials were vaporized, and Hela was nowhere to be seen. At this time, the death energy explosion caused by Death's Harvest quickly dissipated, revealing Garutin's figure. There were many corrosive wounds on his body, and they were slowly healing. His level was too high, so the instant death judgment could not succeed. However, it had still vaporized 20% of his health. Ever since he stepped into the peak beyond Grade A realm, Garutin had rarely suffered such heavy injuries. In his expectations, dealing with a new beyond Grade A like Hela would be a piece of cake, but he did not expect to suffer such a loss. In his rage, Garutin brazenly used one of his trump cards, his self-created pugilist ultimate technique, beast ancestor flow, light of piercing. This was not just a pure, pugilist fluctuation, but also contained the laws of the universe that he had comprehended with his body. It looked like a pugilist flame ray, but in reality, it swept up the energy of a universe along the way, bringing with it a terrifying radiation energy. Its power multiplied, and when it hit the planet's core, it would cause a chain collapse and complete the destruction of the planet. Its lethality toward life forms was also terrifying. Hela's health was not full to begin with, and with this attack, it was as if she had been vaporized and killed instantly. Garutin's murderous gaze turned to Black Star in the distance, and the aura around his body gradually rose. He did not think that Black Star would be indifferent to killing the other party's deputy army commander in front of Black Star. He was already prepared to deal with a strong enemy. However, out of his expectations, Han Zhao's mechanical army did not rush over to take revenge as he had imagined, but instead turned around and went to the area of the planet wreckage. Just as he was confused, a gray light lit up in the wreckage of planet Fire Eye. Wisps of gray energy gathered and formed a whirlwind. Hela's spiritual body was faintly discernible in it, attracting Garutin's attention. The next moment, Hela's body reassembled in the whirlwind. The death energy draped over her body like a robe, covering her body, only revealing her face, which was slightly pale. A mechanical soldier tossed out an army insignia. Hela casually caught it and activated it. Countless nanoparticles flowed out from it and turned into a new Crimson Snake, first-generation combat suit that automatically wore on her body. Immediately after, the Aurora potion inside the combat suit was injected into her body. Hela's depressed state that had returned from the brink of death quickly soared. Her face became rosy again, and her health and mana recovered to more than half. Not dead, Garutin's eyes narrowed, and his face instantly darkened. It would have been fine if he did not want to kill Hela, but he had already tried to kill her, and Hela was still alive. This gave Garutin a completely different feeling, and he was immediately unhappy. However, Black Star had already intervened, so it was useless to chase after her now. Garutin frowned and ordered the fleet to regroup while he waited for orders to recover. The way he saw it, since Hela was not dead, Black Star would definitely have to give him an explanation. On the other side, Hela flew back to the Lord's avatar. Han Zhao glanced at her and said with a smile that was not a smile, "How was it? Do you still want to get beaten up?" "I can't beat him, but I did deal some damage to him." Hela shook her head and felt that she had gained quite a lot. She had accumulated more experience fighting against beyond grade and, at the same time, she had killed quite a few of the enemy's troops. Her Esper ability strength had increased slightly. This was especially so since a few Calamity grade officers had died in her hands, which gave her a considerable bonus. It was much better than when she had slaughtered wild beasts during her training. As she said that, Hela paused and hesitated for a moment. "This time, I'll cause you some trouble, right?" In order to turn the situation around, she had attacked the enemy's fleet. This kind of combat method made it too easy to make enemies. She had probably formed a deeper grudge with Garutin. Of course, Hela did not feel sorry for Garutin at all. As long as she entered battle mode, the lives of her enemies were just walking blood bags in her eyes. She only felt sorry for Han Zhao. My personality seems to make it very easy to make enemies. Maybe staying in the Black Star Corps was a wrong decision and will cause him trouble. Hela could not help but have this thought flash through her mind. She was still the goddess of death who viewed human lives as nothing in her previous life. Her indifference to life was a character that was carved into her bones, or it might be a characteristic brought about by her Esper ability. The only thing that was better than her previous life was that she would not kill ordinary people indiscriminately. Her cruelty was only targeted at her enemies. Han Zhao knew that Hela was not good at dealing with people. She was straightforward and reckless, so it was impossible to expect her to hold back. We'll talk about that when we get back. Han Zhao shook his head and said with an unquestionable tone, "Get on the spaceship first. I'll take care of the rest." Hearing this, Hela opened her mouth but did not say anything. In the end, she nodded silently and boarded the spaceship. Han Shao controlled his lord's avatar and slowly approached Garutin's army. When they arrived at the center, the mechanical army threw out compressed orbs one after another, forming a small floating space base with an area of only 1,000 square meters. The entrance of the base was wide open, and Han Shao waved at Garutin and made an inviting gesture. Garutin narrowed his eyes and flew into the base. The interior of the base was filled with air. There was a long table in the center with 2 seats at each end. Han Shao sat at one end and nodded at Garutin. "Please sit." Garutin sat down and snorted. "Black Star, your deputy army commander is really bold. I've never seen a newbie on grade A who's so courting death. Does she think that she can do whatever she wants with you as her backer?" "Hee hee, what are you talking about? She's always been bold. It has nothing to do with me." Han Shao shook his head. "I'm not going to talk nonsense with you." Garutin waved his hand. "For your sake, I won't take her life, but she killed my descendants. This debt has to be settled. Tell me how to settle it." "I think it's very simple." Han Shao controlled his lord's avatar to stroke his metal chin. "You take your troops and leave, and I won't pursue this matter. How about that?" "What did you say?" "Say it again if you dare." Garutin's eyes widened, and his pugilist aura surged. "Don't be agitated, don't be agitated." Han Shao raised his hand and said calmly, "I don't think so. Hela didn't agree to fight you one-on-one, so you can't blame anyone. Plus, I'm sure you've noticed that she didn't attack your fleet to vent her anger, but to use her abilities to create an advantageous environment for herself. After all, she's no match for you, so she naturally has to make use of the battlefield conditions. Plus, in my opinion, it's clearly you and your fleet ganging up on her alone. Isn't that even worse? I didn't have much contact with you in the past." "Sure enough, seeing is better than hearing about you. You're as shameless as the rumors say." Garutin sneered. "Is that so?" Han Shao clicked his tongue. "Is it glorious for a peak beyond grade A to bully a new beyond grade A? I have no enmity with you in the past, but you took the initiative to provoke my people and bully my deputy army commander. Of course, she's no match for you in a one-on-one battle, but you didn't allow her to choose a battlefield that was advantageous to her. You're clearly bullying my people, and you still think you're in the right?" Garutin was speechless for 2 seconds before he said with a deep voice, "No matter what, many of my subordinates are my descendants. Many calamity-grade officers that I carefully nurtured died in her hands. She attacked my fleet first. She started this, so there's no way I'll let go like this." Han Shao chuckled. "Weren't you the one who started the fight? How did it become us starting the fight? Also, you started the fight, and now you're complaining that my people were too heavy-handed. I think you're even more shameless than me." Bang! Garutin slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly, full of anger. "Black Star, watch your attitude." Fine. Assuming you're in the right, what do you want me to do?" Han Shao spread his hands. Garutin said coldly, "Compensation, of course. I won't force your subordinates to pay with their lives. I want you to compensate me for my losses. Also, get Hela to apologize to me." "Oh, that's a very reasonable request." Han Shao smiled, "But I refuse." "Black Star." Garutin was enraged. He smashed the table with his palm and roared, "Do you really want to become my enemy?" This time, Han Zhao's tone turned cold. "Do you think you're the only one who's angry? You bullied my old friend and even wanted to poach my people. I haven't settled this score with you yet. Also, what gave you the illusion that I can't afford to offend you?" The Lord's avatar slowly rose into the air and floated in front of Garutin. Their gazes met, and it was as if sparks could be seen. Their auras rose steadily, and they were at each other's throats. Lightning mixed with wind echoed in the narrow space. Looking straight into Garutin's eyes, Han Shao slowly said, "It's not up to you to control my people." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at Garutin's chest with his finger. He didn't back down, and his tone was firm. "All of you want to test me every day. Do you really think I don't have a temper? I'm killing your people. If you want to play, I'll play with you to the end. Can you afford to play? Chapter 1022. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere suddenly became tense, and a fight could break out at any moment. The anger in Garutin's eyes almost solidified. His energy fluctuations rose steadily, and the violent pugilist flames burned fiercely, emitting a huge pressure. The metal walls around him buzzed and vibrated, and cracks gradually appeared. You want to fight? Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and blue-gold electric snakes wrapped around his body, crackling loudly. After a dozen seconds of stalemate, Garutin's flames suddenly disappeared, and the pressure in the room disappeared. The anger on his face quickly disappeared, and he said calmly, "Black Star, you really gave me a surprise. You're tough." Han Xiao crossed his arms and said calmly, "We'll talk about that later. What's your opinion now?" Garutin's face was expressionless. He pointed at the head of the Lord's avatar and slowly said, "I'll remember what happened today. It's not over between us." Then he turned around and strode away, leaving the small floating base and flying back to his own fleet. "I thought that you would really get carried away and come over here to beat me up." Han Xiao shook his head, walked to the door, and watched as Garutin led the fleet away, disappearing from his sight. A small battle ended with Garutin's retreat. Han Xiao recalled his mechanical army and controlled the Lord's avatar to return to the main ship. Hela had been waiting there for a long time. As soon as he returned to the command room, Hela greeted him. "What conditions did you agree to? Or did you force him to leave?" Han Xiao shook his head. "Neither. He left on his own accord." Garutin suffered a loss. Can he really take it? Hela was confused. At least on the surface, he didn't suffer a loss. He blew up planet Phyrai, which we chose, and slowed down our exploration speed, forcing us to change planets as our stronghold. You killed some of his subordinates, so he didn't earn much. It's a tie. You won't just let this go, right? Hela frowned. Of course not. We already have a grudge with him. Garutin won't let this go. Hela slowly exhaled and said softly, "I was the one who aggravated the conflict and made a new enemy for the army. Don't blame yourself. I don't blame you. What you did was exactly what I needed." Han Xiao interrupted her and waved his hand. Garutin's provocation is a test. Right now, the army is a big tree that attracts the wind, and there are too many people who want to test us. Garutin might have even more powers behind him. With so many enemies around us, if we don't act tough and ruthless, if we don't make the other powers feel apprehensive, then any random cat or dog will dare to test us in the future. Furthermore, your strength is too far apart. He's obviously bullying you by challenging you to a duel. We can't let him beat you up for nothing. If you're beaten up by him, the reputation of the army will still fall. Hela stared at Han Xiao, a strange light flashing in her eyes, and tilted her head. "You don't care if I make enemies for you?" Han Xiao did not mind. "What I like the most is your ruthlessness. So what if Garutin is only testing us? Do I have to obediently play along with him and wait for him to leave after he's done? Remember, he chose to be my enemy, not you. If you aren't ruthless, you won't be able to stand firm. I didn't ask you to lead the team through the competition zone to be a coward. If anyone dares to stand in your way, don't be courteous. Don't make yourself suffer." The current status of the Black Star Corps was different. They had the largest territory in the flickering world, and they were in charge of suppressing the dynasty. Status brought benefits, but also responsibility, so they had to be tougher. Truth? Of course. Han Xiao smiled and patted Hela's shoulder. "You're an important fighter for me, and what I need is deterrence. If I don't protect you, am I supposed to speak for the enemy? Wouldn't that make me a fool?" Originally, Han Xiao only wanted to make use of Hela's ability to make the other party suffer a little. Provoking Garutin was not part of the plan, but since things had already come to this, he had nothing to fear. Since the other party had taken the initiative to provoke him, he deserved to be beaten up. Hearing Han Xiao say this, Hela's tense face relaxed a little. After a pause, she asked, "What did you say to him just now?" "I was just trying to reason with him." Han Xiao briefly recounted his conversation with Garutin. After hearing that, Gila's lips could not help but curl into a smile. You're so tough, and he actually did not fight with you? I'm a peak beyond grade A after all. Han Xiao smiled. Also, you're part of the reason why he didn't make a move. Me? We have 2 beyond grade as on our side, so the situation isn't in his favor. Furthermore, Garutin isn't in his peak condition, so he won't have much of an advantage if he makes a move, Han Xiao said. If it were an ordinary beyond grade, Garutin might not have cared, but Hela had used Death God's Harvest to heavily injure him not long ago. The deterrence was very strong, so Garutin's health was not full, and his maximum health was reduced by about 10%. In such a situation, one of them was Black Star, so the risk was a little high. Han Xiao guessed that this was the reason why Garutin retreated. Although pugilists were stubborn, they knew how to judge the situation. In the face of an obviously unfavorable situation, temporarily retreating was the best plan. He did not want to force Garutin to stay. A peak beyond grade, a pugilist had a lot of charging power. He was only a lord's avatar, so he could not hold the other party back. At the same time, he was a famous meatball, so Garutin's first target would definitely be Hela. Hela's instant death immunity was still on cooldown, so it would be even more dangerous to fight. Both of them had their own concerns and could not do anything to each other. After pausing, Han Xiao said, Garutin will make a comeback. You still have to be careful. The chances of him targeting you are very high. Maybe we can take the initiative to attack. Hela's thoughts were always very firm. Take the initiative to attack. Let's see. Han Xiao shook his head. It was not impossible, but he needed to be more confident. The version 4.0 players were finally online, and he could finally get back on track to quickly level up. With his current strength, it would not be so easy to deal with Garutin. He hoped to complete 1 or even 2 promotions before dealing with this matter. Only then would he have more confidence. Becoming enemies with Garutin was not part of his plan. Han Xiao had kept a low profile for decades, making the outside world think that he had also reached a bottleneck. Once he fought with a peak beyond grade A, he would definitely expose his current strength. That old guy Manison would probably jump out and have fun again. I still have to complete the level 320 promotion first. This is the most important thing right now, Han Xiao thought. If he was not wrong, the worst-case scenario of this matter might have a very serious chain reaction. He had to increase his strength to deal with it. After ending the conversation, the Lord's avatar fell into a deep sleep again, and Hela returned to her post. Planet Phyrai had already been reduced to ashes, and she commanded the fleet to head to another nearby planet to build a stronghold. On the other side, Garutin's fleet was returning to the stronghold planet. Garutin reclined on a tall throne, holding a huge cup that fit his size, and gulping down the specialty liquor of a certain race. More than 10 female descendants of different heights surrounded him. Some were treating his wounds with medical tools, some were trimming his body hair with scissors, and the rest were massaging his muscles. Father, is it comfortable? Use more strength. Garutin wiped his lips, threw the empty cup to the side, looked down at the Calamity Grade officer below the stairs, and asked coldly, Is the casualty report out? It's out. Please take a look. A Calamity Grade descendant walked up and handed over a communication terminal. Garutin opened the virtual screen and took a look. He could not help but snort angrily. She actually killed 5 of my Calamity Grades. Sooner or later, I'll kill Hela. And that bastard Black Star. How dare he be so tough? If not for the fact that I'm injured and not in peak condition, I would definitely tear apart his lord's avatar. Seeing Garutin's rage, no one dared to speak, as if they were treading on thin ice. Don't think that I'm afraid of Black Star. He doesn't have a right to force me to take a step back. I blew up planet Phyrai and slowed down their progress, which can be considered to have completed what Sorokin told me to do. Garutin snorted coldly. He chose to avoid Han Xiao for the time being because his condition was not good. Secondly, he had allies, so there was no need for him to fight Black Star alone. Thirdly, after calming down, he remembered his original goal, which was to help others test the waters. Therefore, there was a better way to get back at him. He remembered that Sorokin had said that Radiance and Ethereal wanted to get rid of Hela, so there was no need to do it personally. As he spoke, Garutin changed the topic and said with a deep voice, "A batch of people died. Let the family cultivate another batch of mixed-blood descendants. Do you want to go back and sow the seed yourself? Just use the ones in the warehouse." Garutin waved his hand. His base camp was constantly producing pregnant women. After all, the efficiency of mating and reproducing was too low. There was a large amount of beyond grade 8 deoxyribose that belonged to Garutin in the freezer of the base camp, which had extremely strong vitality and adaptability. Usually, it was mass-produced through artificial means and supplemented with compounds, such as hormones, to accelerate the maturation of the fetus. After so many years of hybridization experiments, he had long accumulated all kinds of hybridization combinations that could produce excellent offspring. He knew which species to pair with to produce offspring with special talents. Therefore, in his base camp, he had stored many females of excellent races to use as breeding medium for his offspring. As for the origins of these people, as a high and mighty beyond grade A, he naturally would not waste time dating so many people. Some of them were willing, but others might not be. Those who controlled the galactic black market were not clean people. At this time, Garutin suddenly coughed twice. "Father, your injuries," an officer said with a worried tone. "That Hela's Esper ability is very destructive and explosive. She actually managed to injure me." Garutin frowned. "I didn't feel anything during the battle, but my body feels a little strange now." As he said that, Garutin closed his eyes and directly checked his body's condition from the cellular level. Among the 5 superclasses, pugilists had the highest degree of control over their bodies. Everyone waited silently for a while. Suddenly, Garutin's eyes flew open, and his face paled in shock. He stood up abruptly and flung away all the female descendants lying on top of him. "Damn it! Her Esper ability can weaken the vitality of cells." Garutin's expression twisted, and he was completely enraged. Even when a large number of elite descendants died in Hela's hands, he had not been this angry. The vitality of cells was related to the number of times they divided, and this attribute was very secretive. Even a beyond grade, it would not be able to detect it easily. Only now did he realize that his lifespan had been shortened. Not only was his lifespan affected, but his fertility was also closely related to the vitality of cells. His own fertility was very likely affected as well. The decrease in the vitality of deoxyribose would cause the quality of his offspring to decrease. Boom! In his rage, his aura suddenly erupted, and the pressure made all his descendants lie on the ground, trembling. Such an insidious Esper ability. Veins popped on Garutin's forehead, and his killing intent toward Hela was like a flood. He had never thought that this operation would actually reduce his lifespan. What a huge loss! Garutin's chest heaved up and down violently, and his breathing was extremely heavy. He almost had the urge to turn around and kill. Father. This time, a few descendants who were not strong enough were slammed onto the wall by the pugilist aura and hurriedly called for help. Seeing this, Garutin barely suppressed his anger and calmed down the violent pugilist aura. "Get out!" The many officers present heard this and hurriedly left the room. Everyone knew that they could not appear in front of their father when he was furious. Only Garutin was left in the room. He sat on the throne for a while before picking up the communicator and calling Sorokin. After 3 rings, the call was connected, and Sorokin appeared with a smile. "Your Excellency, Beast Ancestor, what's the situation?" Garutin stared at him coldly for a while before slowly speaking. "The matter has been resolved. I blew up planet Fireye and also completed the test of Hela. For this, many of my descendants died, and I was also angered by Black Star." "Great! Your Excellency, Beast Ancestor is indeed very reliable. I will compensate you for any losses. So, what's the result of the test?" "Hela's Esper ability is very dangerous and has a terrifying explosive force." Garutin recounted his discovery during the battle, and finally paused before saying in a deep voice, Her Esper ability also has a terrifying characteristic. As long as it hits a life form, it can reduce the vitality of the cells and reduce the target's lifespan. This discovery made me pay a huge price. Sorokin was taken aback, and his smile suddenly disappeared as his expression became serious. You're telling the truth? I shouldn't have told you. Wait for Radiance or Ethereal to make a move. Let them find out that their lifespan has been reduced, and then blame it on your wrong information, Garutin said coldly. I understand. Sorokin narrowed his eyes. I hope you can tell Radiance and Ethereal truthfully. Don't play any tricks. Otherwise, even if I'm a shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group, I'll still beat you up. Garutin's eyes were cold. Don't worry, I have integrity in this regard. Sorokin nodded solemnly and hung up. Garutin casually threw away the communicator, his expression indifferent, and his eyes flashed with a piercing cold light. If Radiance and Ethereal were to know that Hela's Esper ability could reduce lifespan, two things might happen. First, because of fear, they would give up their plans against her. Second, because of fear, they would not let her live. According to his understanding of Radiance and Ethereal, there is a 99% chance that it would be the latter. If Hela had such an ability, Radiance and Ethereal would not have allowed her to grow. In his previous life, Hela belonged to the chaotic evil faction, no different from ES God. She did not have any obvious inclination, so most people were not willing to provoke such a crazy woman. No one wanted to reduce their lifespan for no reason. However, the situation now was completely different. Hela was a member of the Black Star Corps, a poisonous thorn with an owner. She was no longer chaotic evil, and this poisonous thorn would only stab at the enemy. This caused the organizations and experts on the opposing side of the Black Star Corps to feel a strong threat. In terms of targeting top-tier combatants, Hela was equivalent to a terrifying slow-acting poison. The dark cloud of reducing lifespan hung over the heads of every enemy, and no one was willing to lose their life. No one wanted the opposing faction to have such a dangerous person, and even more so, they did not want to see her continue to grow. The existence of some super high-risk Esper abilities was a sin, and they had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Garutin was sure that as long as the news spread, most beyond grade as would not want to see such an Esper ability continue to exist in the universe. It would also help Radiance and Ethereal to strengthen their killing intent. Chapter 1023. Everyone had their own way of survival. In the eyes of the various organizations, Sorokin was a miraculous existence. He was clearly someone who was jointly hired by Radiance, Ethereal, and the Galactic Black Market, but he slowly became the middleman for the information of several organizations. Under his operation, the results of Garutin testing Hela soon reached the hands of Radiance and Ethereal, which immediately attracted the attention of the upper echelons. They gathered their allies for a meeting. The main stronghold of the Arcane Church in the Free Competition Zone was located in another star cluster. At this time, the projections of most of the Beyond Grade A allies were gathered, and there were also a few important officials who represented the official attitude. After reading the information about Hela, everyone's expression changed. Hela's Esper ability can shorten the lifespan of a Beyond Grade A. Tolian suddenly stood up, his face green. He was not a pugilist, so he had never been able to see the microscopic changes in his cells. Only now did he know what he had encountered. He had fought with Hela, and not only had he been defeated, he had also lost many years of his lifespan. He had even lost his underwear. Tolian regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. How could he be so unlucky to have met such an opponent? Fighting and shortening lifespan, who could stand that? Even the most belligerent maniac would be terrified. If he had known, he would not have agreed to fight with Hela. No, if he had known, he would not have gone to the Dragon Emperor. I'm so depressed. Everyone looked at him sympathetically and mourned for him for 3 seconds. Then, they ignored him and began discussing among themselves. I did not expect this new beyond grade to have such a strange Esper ability. It's a bit like the power of death on the super high-risk Esper abilities list. Sun Hunter, this pocket-sized guy, sat on the table casually, giving off an imposing aura. I remember this is the ability of a certain primordial one. It actually appeared again. Yeah, I remember this information too. What's it called again? Kasui interrupted and said slowly. Niki's, the one who controls death. She also has an elder sister nicknamed the Mother of All Things who can spread life force. Yes, it's these two. They're quite famous among the primordial ones. They were born in different civilizations and weren't related by blood, but they finally met each other in the boundless universe. Their extremely compatible Esper abilities allowed them to become sisters that transcended blood ties. What an artistic legend. It exudes the aura of the exploration era. Perfect. A beyond grade, A exclaimed. This person's name was Lawrence, and his secondary occupation was that of an artist. He was dressed up in a variety of colors and had a double impact on the eyes and the stomach. Aren't they sisters? Someone scratched their head. That's not it. After so many years, the rumors in the outside world have long been distorted. What is stored in our database is the truth. One of the upper echelons could not help but remind them. Everyone, can we return to the problem of Hela? Photon, Sagman nodded and said with a deep voice, the power of death is a super high-risk Esper ability that can harvest lives. If we sit back and watch Hela grow, if she loses control of her Esper ability one day, like Thousand Shadows, it will be a disaster for the entire universe. Sea Spirit, Dylan clenched his teeth and said, that's not the main problem. The biggest problem is she's from the Black Star Corps, our enemy. This ability is very dangerous. If we don't deal with it, when Hela grows up, we'll have to worry about this special threat when dealing with the Black Star Corps, Sector Gate Taylor said. These beyond grade as had participated in the Battle of Planet Lighthouse and suffered at the hands of Han Shao, so they were the most hostile toward the Black Star Corps. They always wanted to ride on Black Star's head. Cisco hesitated for a moment before nodding. That's right. For us beyond grade as reducing our lifespan is too scary. Sun Hunter glanced at him and said, I don't think you need to worry about this. Cisco was stunned. What do you mean? According to the strength that Hela displayed when she fought Garutin, if you fight her, you'll probably be beaten to death. Therefore, reducing your lifespan is of no use to you. Psyker felt the deep malice of the world and turned to join Tolian in shutting himself off. Stop fooling around, Kasui said calmly and looked at the few officials. What do the ethereal upper echelons think? The few officials looked at each other and said solemnly, the upper echelons hope to rope in Hela and make her our ally. If that doesn't work, they hope that everyone will take action and eliminate Hela. Everyone's eyes flashed, and they understood what the Arcane Church was thinking. Ordinary people would be killed by Hela in one hit, so reducing their lifespan was of no use to life forms below the Calamity grade. She was a killing weapon that was completely targeted at peak beyond grade as. Not only would it affect the current threat, but it would also affect the situation of roping in allies in the future. If Hela was in the enemy faction, even if she did not do anything, the new beyond grade as would have concerns when they joined the faction and would not be willing to face Hela, so it would not be good for them to recruit new allies. Although Hela was a member of the Black Star Corps, she had not joined an advanced civilization yet. The Arcane Church hoped to use her for themselves and control this killing weapon. This was something that Garutin did not expect. If they could not take her for themselves, Ethereal would destroy Hela. Not only that, all the beyond grade as present thought deeper. Hela's deterrence was only targeted at beyond grade as. Did the Arcane Church also want to use her to deter the entire beyond grade as? If it were any other time, no one would have such thoughts. However, everyone present had coincidentally participated in Han Zhao's meeting of the gods, and they could not help but think in that direction. Everyone suddenly fell silent, and many people felt conflicted. Kasui's expression did not change. He glanced at everyone and said, I feel that roping in Hela can be done immediately. As for eradicating her, we need to think about it slowly. Although we're all in the flickering world and it's convenient to mobilize, our movements will attract more attention. Furthermore, killing Hela will also provoke Black Star. It's best to wait and see what the Radiant Federation does. Don't forget, they also have this information and will definitely take action. Understand. The upper echelon nodded. The debt with Ninja has not been settled yet. This time, we do not wish to cooperate with the Radiant Federation. We do need to wait and see. However, when we decide to take action, I hope everyone will respond positively. No problem. Other than Cisco, the unlucky fellows from the Battle of Planet Lighthouse all expressed their opinions. They had wanted to take revenge on the Black Star Corps for a long time, and the opportunity was finally here. Kasui did not speak, but his eyes flickered. On the other side, the Radiant Federation was also holding a similar meeting, but the topic was very different from Ethereal. Hela's Esper ability is very dangerous. This is true, but dealing with her will definitely anger the Black Star Corps. It's not worth it, Hades said. One of the elders frowned. In the long run, Hela's threat is clearly greater. Angering the Black Star Corps is worth it. Are you sure? Hades asked. Have you forgotten about the 10,000 deity scepter? As soon as this was said, the elders of the Radiant Federation were stunned and fell into deep thought. The 10,000 deity scepter is also a threat to beyond grade and its priority is even higher than Hela's. I think this might be an opportunity. If we can make use of this opportunity to make a deal with Black Star and have him unlock the seal of the space-time amber, it'll be a profitable deal for us, Hades said. This time, Manison agreed. That's right. I think we need to consider Black Star's attitude. The 10,000 deity scepter is very important. Everyone could not help but look at him. Some were surprised, while others understood. Many beyond grade knew that Manison's attitude was from the perspective of the 10,000 deity scepter on the surface, but in reality, it was largely due to the influence of the meeting of the gods. Manison was the leader of pushing the beyond grade to be on the same front, and he valued Han Zhao's influence in the flickering world more than Han Xiao, hoping that he could build an information exchange platform for the same front. Thus, he did not want to anger him and cause him quit. Speaking of which, if not for Han Xiao holding the meeting of the gods and talking about the situation of the beyond grade, as the beyond grade A allies of the Radiant Federation probably would not have hesitated at all. This could not be part of Black Star's plan, right? After thinking for a while, the chief elder tapped his walking stick and said, Indeed, if we can unlock the seal of the 10,000 deity scepter, we can temporarily put aside the problem of Hela, but it's almost impossible to succeed. After pausing for a while, he slowly added, The Arcane Church will definitely try to rope us in before getting rid of us. We can remind Black Star, but this bargaining chip is not enough. Black Star has the dynasty behind him, so he doesn't need our help in terms of military strength. Furthermore, he's a member of the dynasty, so he'll definitely be worried that we'll use the 10,000 deity scepter to deal with him after he releases it. After considering everything, he won't agree to a deal with us. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. If they were in Black Star's shoes, they would also not agree to help the enemy. The most important thing was that the bargaining chip Radiant had taken out was not enough. In fact, Radiant had always wanted to build a good relationship with Han Xiao and unlock the seal of the 10,000 deity scepter so that it could get rid of the state where it could only be seen but not touched. However, the evolutionary totem was related to the future of the civilization and was countless times more important than the 10,000 deity scepter. Thus, Radiant could only temporarily put aside the issue of the scepter and target the Red Empire and the Black Star Corps first. Now, Hela's problem made Radiant see an opportunity to make a deal with Black Star. That's why we need a bigger bargaining chip. Hades' eyes flashed. For example, Hela herself. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. What you're saying is that we should capture Hela alive and use her to make a deal with Black Star in exchange for unlocking the seal of the 10,000 deity scepter. The chief elder pondered for a while and felt that it was a good idea. This way, they would not kill anyone, would not offend Blackstar, and would be able to unlock the seal of the 10,000 deity scepter. The success rate would be much higher than making a normal deal. This method was very flexible, and it seemed like a good idea. If they succeeded, Radiant would be the most profitable. They would finally be able to take off the 10,000 deity scepter and turn it into their own shape. On the other hand, Ethereal would be miserable. It seemed like Ethereal's loss had nothing to do with them. It was better to die than to die. After understanding this, everyone could not help but look at Hades, who had made the suggestion. "You're such a slut." The chief elder coughed and said, "Hela is good at dealing with life forms, so the best person to deal with her is a mechanic." "Your Excellency, the Mecha Empire, I'm not interested in bullying a new beyond grade," Madison interrupted. As a mechanic with countless aliases, he was of course not afraid of having his lifespan shortened by Hela. However, he was not willing to bully a new beyond grade A super. Old Madison could not wait for more new beyond grade as to appear. "All right, someone else will do it." The chief elder shook his head helplessly. They could not command Madison. This time, a beyond grade A could not help but shake his head. With so many beyond grade as targeting one person, the last one to receive such treatment was ES God, right? A new beyond grade A super is being targeted like this. Blame on her bad luck. The free competition zone was currently in a state of chaos. The movements of local tyrants like the Black Star Corps attracted a lot of attention from the outside organizations. Very soon, the news of the armed conflict between the Black Star Corps and Garutan spread. The planet Phyri chosen by the Black Star Corps was blown up, so they could only take a detour and choose a new stronghold. Garutan did not have an easy time either, losing many of his subordinates. Both parties retreated in the end, so it could be considered draw. The result of the battle between Hela and Garutan was normal. She was not a match for a pinnacle beyond grade A, but it was said that Garutan also suffered some injuries. This was not something an ordinary new beyond grade A could do. Many organizations secretly raised Hela's combat strength in their files, thinking that among all the new beyond grade, as in this batch, Hela might be the strongest. The information about Hela's ability was only circulated among the 3 universal civilizations and a very small number of high-level organizations. The outside world did not know about it, and most people did not know that the upper echelons were already in turmoil. With the Black Star Corps and Garutan taking the lead, the outside organizations that had conflict with each other no longer restrained themselves and started fighting one another for resources. They no longer had to worry about the dynasty's attitude. The chain reaction caused by this battle was that the number of armed conflicts in the free competition zone increased rapidly, and the security situation declined like an avalanche. However, overall, there were still countless empty areas in the 4th phase, and there was still a lot of space to explore. Thus, the level of conflict was not too intense, far from the peak in his previous life. The army player guilds that left the main force also began to display their subjective initiative, participating in the competition in the free competition zone as official organizations. Somewhere in the border star system of the Emerald Star Cluster, a small fleet was slowly moving forward. The outer armor was engraved with the emblems of different organizations, which are the guild emblems. After the army was registered, they could customize their organization name and logo. These guilds could then openly use their own emblems. This fleet included the official guilds of Long Sky, Rivervale, Thunderstorm, and many other well-known clubs. In the current version, the efficiency of the players earning money was much higher. It was not a problem for them to grit their teeth and save up enough money to buy a normal spaceship. The guild funds of the first-tier clubs were even more abundant. Together with the 30% price that Han Shao offered, many guild organizations bought small fleets. At this time, the core members of the various guilds were gathered on the battleships of Long Sky for a meeting. There were also many pro players in the room. We're not far from Planet Harker. We'll arrive in about half an hour. Let's discuss our plan, the guild leader of Sky Territory, Jade Green Sky, said casually. Twinkle Fried Rice took out the memo and read it aloud. Planet Harker has plenty of resources, and it's currently occupied by 7 small organizations. 3 financial groups, 2 private armed forces, and 2 star system civilization gathering teams are unable to chase each other away. They can only fight for rich resource locations. Our goal is to enter Planet Harker, make friends with the financial groups, and build a resource stronghold on this planet. The most important thing is how to negotiate with these financial groups, Sleepy Winter said. Leave this to me, Maple Moon volunteered. I know what to say. Everyone nodded and gave a few words of encouragement. Under Han Zhao's guidance, the army players were the first to understand the main point of this version, which was to interact with the NPC organizations in the name of the organization. After going through so many versions, the players already knew that NPCs' actions were no different from real people. Every word and action of NPCs would cause reactions, and anything could happen. The freedom of NPCs was off the charts. Therefore, the higher one's charisma was, the easier it would be to negotiate. There would always be people who were good at negotiating in the guild. As a storyline player, Maple Moon was passionate about interacting with the NPCs. The new system of the army allowed these guilds to be semi-independent. With such a large amount of freedom, these guilds began to display their subjective initiative, actively analyzing information, looking for opportunities, and doing their own thing. It was very safe to follow the main group, but their movements were restricted. Many players had the idea of being the leader rather than the tail. This was exactly what Han Zhao wanted to see. He had issued many solo missions in an attempt to get the army players to spread out, infiltrate more territories, expand their advantages, and dig for new benefits, instead of just following him and drinking the soup. These few guilds moved together to increase their own weight. They did not follow the main group, but chose to go to Planet Harker to compete with the small organizations. This was to maximize their own advantages. Currently, most of the players in the guild were Grade B, and Grade B players were considered the backbone of the universe. They were even more influential in front of the small organizations. Furthermore, the guild was a subsidiary organization of the Black Star Corps. Black Star's name had a high influence on the small organizations. It was a good opportunity to borrow the prestige of the backer to increase their bargaining chip in the negotiation with the NPC organizations. After a while, the fleet slowly slowed down. They were getting closer and closer to Planet Harker. There were scattered defense fleets floating outside the atmosphere, belonging to different organizations. Seeing the players' fleet, the defense forces of Planet Harker activated their combat stance and greeted them warily, sending a communication request. Mad Blade patted Maple Moon's shoulder and said softly, "I'll leave it to you." Maple Moon exhaled and let her lips tremble as a warm-up. She was eager to give it a try. Fong's son, watch me trick them. P.S. Weibo has finally been verified. Those who are interested can search for Chidianchi Pagea and follow Weibo. Chapter 1024. Maple Moon picked up the call, and a mercenary appeared on the screen. His eyes were filled with caution and curiosity. This is the armed guard fleet of the New Moon Financial Group. I'm the commander, Feldman. Who are you? Hearing this, Maple Moon was overjoyed. The players of Long Sky, Rivervale, and Storm had investigated the situation on Planet Harker beforehand. The 7 organizations had occupied this planet and were competing with each other. They guarded the planet from different directions and forced the other organizations to retreat. They did not want more people to share the resources. If they encountered an armed organization or a star system civilization, the difficulty of negotiation would increase. If they encountered a financial group directly, things would go smoothly. Of course, with the players' current abilities, they could not investigate this situation on their own. The source of the information was naturally the Black Star Corps, which allowed the players to check real-time information about the flickering world. This was the privilege of being an army player. Maple Moon calmed herself down and said, "This is the joint armed force of the Sky Territory, Storm Guild, Rivervale Guild, and other organizations." Feldman was puzzled. He had never heard of any of these organizations before, and he did not recognize the symbol of these player guilds. Who knew where this small organization popped out from? Feldman shook his head and said with a deep voice, "Planet Harker does not welcome any foreign organizations. Please leave immediately, or we will take necessary measures." "You've misunderstood. We're not here to enter Planet Harker. You can treat us as mercenaries." Maple Moon took out the speech she had prepared. "Didn't you post a recruitment notice in the Flickering World regional channel? We plan to work with your financial group and accept armed employment." Feldman was stunned and a little surprised. The thing that the Flickering World did not lack the most was jobs. Almost all organizations were recruiting soldiers, and the attraction of high-level organizations was the strongest. For a small financial group like them, the probability of recruiting people in the free competition zone was too low. He did not expect that this group of people were actually mercenaries. However, why didn't they contact us in advance and come here directly? It should be a small organization that does not know the rules of this industry. Feldman felt that he had guessed correctly and shook his head. He estimated that such an organization would not be very strong, so he did not have much hope. However, the other party was still a force to be reckoned with. After a pause, he asked casually, "Sure, tell us about your organization first. We need to consider if you're worth hiring." Maple Moon clenched her fists excitedly and pretended to be calm. "Okay, our joint armed forces have a total of 7,000 espers, of which 5,800 are Grey members." "Wait, what's that?" Feldman thought he had heard wrong. The scale of 7,000 supers was not much, but the problem was that 5,800 of them were Grade B supers. Even Planet Harker did not have so many B-class warriors. From Han Zhao's perspective, Grade B supers were no different from cannon fodder. However, in the eyes of ordinary galactic organizations, Grade B supers were undoubtedly the backbone of a large mercenary army and the main combat members. In Han Zhao's early years in the mercenary world, a rank B was already considered an expert. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was a big shot. For example, before Han Zhao took Sky Ring and Purple Gold to the top, the number of Grade B supers in the past was only a few hundred. If not for the fact that they had 2 Calamity grades, their combat power would only be a fraction of theirs. Could it be that she's lying to me? Feldman's expression was suspicious. This was the only thought he had. Official guilds like Long Sky and Rivervale had a large number of peripheral members. It was very easy to gather a few thousand people. Most of the players had already reached Grade B when version 4.0 opened. Those who had not reached Grade B were mainly newcomers or Smurfs. Maple Moon purposely ignored him and continued. "At the same time, we're a subsidiary organization of the Black Star Corps. Previously, we were the Immortals under Black Star's command." "Wait a moment. You're saying that you're a subsidiary organization of the Black Star Corps, and an Immortals at that?" Feldman's entire body trembled, and he was dumbfounded. Was this not a small, nameless organization? They actually had such a huge background. They were Black Star's people. His first reaction was disbelief. In his eyes, Black Star was an unreachable giant of the universe. The New Moon Financial Group that he worked for was nothing in front of the Black Star Corps. Furthermore, the Immortals were the famous trump cards of the Black Star Corps. Why would they accept their employment? Feldman hurriedly logged onto the Black Star Corps' public website to check the information of these organizations. However, the results gave him a huge shock. Sky Territory, Storm Cloud, and Rivervale were all semi-independent subsidiary organizations of the Army. Their members were all Immortals, and they had only registered not long ago. Beside Maple Moon, Frenzied Sword, and the other professional players, as well as the core members of the various guilds, were inwardly delighted when they saw Feldman's shocked expression. They only felt a sense of comfort. Just by using the name of Black Star, this guy was shocked. It was so comfortable to have a backer. Because of the unparalleled authenticity, the source of interest for the players was extremely rich. Looking at the NPCs' reactions to their actions, the players felt a sense of accomplishment. The reason why they had directly come to apply was to use the name of Tiger Bark Tree, borrowing the prestige of the Black Star Corps to increase their own influence. A normal employment relationship would not allow them to get a share of the planet's resources, but with the name of Black Star, the conditions could be negotiated. The benefits of the army were really unbelievably good. Many guild leaders even wanted to support Han Shao at home, not monopolizing the planet, but finding other organizations to cooperate with was mainly limited by funds. Mining equipment required money, and mining also required manpower. If they found an NPC organization to cooperate with, they would not have to bear this part of the cost. Although the players were individually strong, in terms of fleets, they were far inferior to the NPC organizations. Thus, they were sincere in cooperating. Seeing that the other party did not respond, Maple Moon could not help but cough and remind, "How is it? Do you think we're good enough? If you don't want to hire us, we'll leave." As if waking up from a dream, Feldman panicked. No, no, no. It's our honor to hire you. Please follow me and descend. I'll immediately inform the higher-ups of the organization. As soon as he finished speaking, the interface of all the players present rang. When they opened it, their spirits were lifted, and they cheered softly. It's here. The mission is triggered. Gandhi is beautiful. Haha. I knew the plan would work. Sure enough, this is how it works. What appeared on the interface was not a hiring mission, but a faction mission called Seizing Power on Planet Harker. It indicated that they could choose a faction and help them expel the organizations on other planets. It was a triggered storyline-type mission. Very soon, the player's fleet followed Feldman and landed on a base on Planet Harker. As soon as everyone got off the spaceship, they saw a group of officers wearing the New Moon Financial Group's uniform waiting at the dock. They had anxious and excited expressions. When the players stepped onto the dock, the people of the New Moon Financial Group took the initiative to welcome them. The leader walked toward Maple Moon and extended his hand with a very warm attitude. "Hello, I'm the person in charge of the exploration of Planet Harker. You can call me Smedic. I represent Planet Harker to welcome everyone. Your name is quite unique." The corners of Maple Moon's mouth twitched. She resisted the urge to smile and shook his hand with a straight face. Smedic did not understand, but he did not mind. He warmly said, "You've come at the right time. We really need the help of mercenaries. I only have one question. Are you here to apply for this job on behalf of the Black Star Corps, or on your own?" "Both." Maple Moon's answer was ambiguous. This question was not within her expectations, but it seemed to be more beneficial to her. "Then, let's talk about the remuneration. Do you have any conditions?" Smedic asked. Maple Moon exchanged glances with Mad Blade and the others. She nodded and said, "We hope it's not just a simple employment. In addition to the remuneration, we also want to cooperate in the development of Planet Harker." Cooperation? Smedic's heart trembled. He thought of many things in an instant. If the Black Star Corps wanted to occupy Planet Harker, these people would be the vanguard force. In that case, the New Moon Financial Group would not be able to compete at all. Currently, Planet Harker could accommodate 7 forces precisely because they were all little brothers and were evenly matched in strength. If a giant were to appear, there would be no need for them to compete. They would just pack up and scram, obediently wash the planet clean, and be done with it. However, Smedic thought about it again. This was not necessarily a bad thing. It seemed that he could ride on the coattails of the Black Star, Leghair. Currently, the 2 most powerful civilizations on Planet Harker were the 2-star system level civilizations. However, the planet only had the other party's collection team, so they could still be in a stalemate. If the other civilization's main force came, the New Moon Financial Group would have no choice but to leave. However, if they could obtain the protection of these immortals, it would be equivalent to borrowing the protection of the Black Star Corps. Furthermore, as the competition became more intense, there might be other organizations coming to Planet Harker in the future. Having one more backer seemed to be very beneficial. Thinking of this, Smedic made a decision and nodded heavily. "No problem. We'll draft the specific terms and conditions. Once it's done, I'll show it to you. Is that okay?" "Okay." Maple Moon nodded. She was only in charge of negotiations, so she did not understand the terms and conditions. However, it did not matter. The official guild of the professional clubs had talents in this area. The guild president was considered a mid-level manager of the club, so he still had some knowledge. It was not a problem to look at the terms and conditions. At the very least, they could search for a template in the quantum network for comparison. Alternatively, they could just spend some money to ask Philip to check it for them. This was the advantage of being in the army. As long as they spent money, they could get almost any service. Spending money was indeed the strongest superpower. The New Moon Financial Group cleared out an area for Long Sky, Rivervale, and the other guilds to rest and reorganize. The next day, the two sides reached a consensus and signed a formal cooperation agreement. After signing the agreement, the players immediately triggered the corresponding employment missions. Currently, there were a lot of missions related to Planet Harker in their mission list. Some were triggered by themselves, some were issued by the New Moon Financial Group, and some were issued by Han Xiao. For example, find a planet to build a resource collection point. This was to encourage the players to spread out like dandelions. There were so many missions for the same thing. If they completed all of them, they would receive extremely generous rewards. After signing the agreement, Maple Moon and the others found Smedic and took the initiative to make a suggestion. We're partners now. You haven't announced our origins, so the other forces don't know about our strength and identity. This is our advantage, so I hope to take action immediately. We'll carry out an armed raid to seize the resource base. Smedic thought for a while and nodded. You're right. Where do you want to attack? Maple Moon opened the holographic map of Planet Harker and pointed at a few locations. They were the large resource bases of the other organizations on Planet Harker. You want to snatch so many resource bases at the same time? Smedic stuttered. Don't worry. We're confident. Hao Tian interrupted. In the galactic battlefield, fleets were very important. Snatching resource bases was the ground battlefield, and the supers were the focus. They had more Grade B supers than the entire Planet Harker combined. Fighting on multiple fronts was not a problem at all. Then we'll do as you say. My troops will do their best to cooperate. Smedic secretly decided to hold on to this leg hair tightly. The Ursa civilization was a star system civilization in the Black Hole Edge. They participated in the free competition in the Flickering World. One of their collection teams was one of the 7 organizations on Planet Harker. They were the strongest and had built a few resource bases on the planet. At the edge of a canyon, there was a base. Floating collection equipment rose and fell in the canyon, mining the unique minerals there. Transport vehicles were constantly transporting resources to the warehouse. There were a large number of Ursa soldiers in the base, and there were tanks patrolling the surroundings. There were also various turrets and traps set up outside. There were also small battleships circling the sky. The defense was tight. Somewhere in the base, 2 men in officer uniforms walked slowly, inspecting the base. I heard that a small fleet arrived on Planet Harker yesterday. The New Moon Financial Group, let them in? One of the muscular figures asked with a deep voice. He was the person in charge of this base, a mid-level officer of the Ursa civilization called Hundajab. The other person was the captain of the Super Force station in the base, a Grade B Super. He was said to be a person specially recruited for the Flickering World. Hearing this, he curled his lips and casually said, "It should be the reinforcements recruited by the New Moon Financial Group." The defense fleet took a picture of their fleet mark. I've checked, and there are no files on those organizations in the Mercenary Alliance. They're probably just some small fries. The Player Guild was a subsidiary organization of the Army. Han Xiao did not register them in the Mercenary Alliance with the intention of turning the Army into a platform similar to the Mercenary Alliance. Thus, they could only check the Army's files on the Army's website. The Player Guild was not well known at the moment, and the Ursa Civilization's collection team did not know their origins. Naturally, they did not know the correct way to check. Hunajab coldly said, "The New Moon Financial Group has reinforcements. They'll probably make a move. Do you think their target will be us?" "Impossible," Hundajab said decisively. "The New Moon Financial Group doesn't have the guts." "Are you sure?" Hundajab's face was full of confidence. "Of course. This is the most heavily guarded base. Not only do we have a large number of defensive measures, but we also have more than 70 Grade B super stationed here. If the New Moon Financial Group has a brain, they won't dare to attack my base. Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, an explosion sounded outside the base. The ground shook, and the two of them staggered a step back. What's going on? Hundajab was shocked. He hurriedly boarded a floating vehicle and rose into the air to observe the direction of the explosion. At this moment, a large number of anti-gravity ground vehicles bearing the New Moon Financial Group's insignia were rapidly approaching. These vehicles were equipped with shields and electromagnetic weapons. As they charged towards the entrance of the base, they repeatedly exchanged fire with the turrets outside the base. The sound of cannons ringing out continuously filled the air. Enemy attack. Everyone, return to your posts. The base's alarm immediately sounded. Hundajab was both shocked and furious, his face ashen. The New Moon Financial Group dares to attack me. He had just made a judgment a second ago, and the enemy had arrived the next second. His face was very ugly. Seeing this, the super captain beside him knew not to provoke his superior and said, "I'll lead the supers to meet them." Okay. Hundajab nodded heavily. The super captain went to organize the troops, leaving Hundajab alone on the vehicle. He coldly stared at the enemy troops that were getting closer and closer to the base, and his face regained its confidence. "You actually dare to target me? Looks like I'll have to teach you a painful lesson." Very soon, the New Moon Financial Group's ground forces rushed past the outer perimeter of the base. The base's ground forces also took the initiative to attack, and the supers followed to intercept the enemy. Both sides exchanged fire while rapidly closing the distance. Just as they were about to collide, a sudden change occurred. The doors of the first batch of vehicles of the New Moon Financial Group suddenly opened, and figures jumped out one after another. There were about 100 of them, and as they landed, they rolled forward due to inertia. However, in the process of rolling, the bodies of these 100 people suddenly swelled up, turning into biochemical aberrations several times their size. Their speed increased explosively, and they brazenly charged into the base's ground forces. Kaboom! These biochemical aberrations braved the cannon fire and charged forward. Their skin was thick, and their strength was boundless. Their huge palms constantly swept out, sending all the vehicles in their way flying. The Black Star Corps badge, Evolution, which was modified from the Ovidin badge, was also given a 30% discount. The guild bought it in bulk and distributed it to the players. 100 players who had entered the Extreme Evolution, Aberration State were a sharp weapon, and they instantly tore apart the base's ground forces. Hundajab's face sank, and he immediately ordered, "Have the supers attack and get rid of these monsters." After the order was issued, the super captain led thousands of supers into the battlefield. Most of them were grade C or D, and at the front were dozens of grade B supers, acting as the arrowheads. On the other side, over 1,000 players of the New Moon Financial Group also appeared, and they also charged. A medium-sized supers battle was about to break out. Seeing that the players were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, Hundajab smiled. "The number of supers is only a quarter of ours. There are only 1,000 of them. They're finished." Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the supers of both sides brazenly clashed. However, the result was completely different from what he had expected. He was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets, and his face was filled with disbelief. Every one of the thousands of players unleashed their B-class combat power. In an instant, they gained the absolute upper hand and slaughtered the enemies who were several times their number. Seeing this scene, Hundajab's face changed greatly, and he was shocked. How can there be so many grade B supers? Chapter 1025. In a small-scale ground war, without the participation of Calamity-grade supers, thousands of grade B players were more than enough to determine the direction of the battle. Although the resource base of the Ursa civilization had 4 to 5 times the number of supers and a large number of defensive measures in front of the self-destructing players. These were nothing more than sacrifices to the art. They would all walk toward the end of their physical and spiritual lives in the dazzling light and heat, finally fusing together into one. Extreme distortion and self-destruct tactics were the two greatest killing moves of the players. In the eyes of these players, life was nothing more than a momentary burst of brilliance. It was as if they had transformed into matchsticks, burning themselves and warming the masses, referring to the explosion. It was so great that it made people cry, referring to the enemy. With the overwhelming number of B-rank combatants and the help of the New Moon Financial Group's troops, there was no suspense in the battle. The resource base was quickly captured by the players, and Hundajab and a portion of the officers left behind in the base were captured alive. At this time, the base was filled with traces of explosions, and the ground and buildings were charred black. Some of the players from a New Moon Financial Group and the guilds were cleaning up the battlefield and counting the spoils of war. In the square of the base, Hundajab and the other captives were squatting there with their hands on their heads, their faces ashen as they were surrounded by a group of players. The vice-captain of the Rivervale team, Evil Sword, turned around and looked at Madblade, eager to give it a try. "How is it? Do you want to get rid of all these people?" Madblade pondered. "Let me think about it." The joint forces of these few guilds had split up to attack different resource bases, and this side was led by Madblade's Rivervale team. During the battle, there was no time to care about taking heads, but now that the enemies were dealt with, it was the pro players' turn to eat the experience. Providing resources for the pro players was one of the missions of the guilds. Maple Moon glanced at Hundajab and the others, blinking her eyes. "Why don't you ask for their names first, and let me see if I can trigger a mission?" Hearing this, Madblade and the other pro players did not have any objections. Seeing this, Maple Moon walked up to the group of captives and asked, "Who is the officer here?" The crowd was in an uproar, and many of them were hesitant about whether to betray their superior. However, Hundajab took the initiative to speak, gritting his teeth. "I'm the person in charge of this base." "Hundajab, are you mercenaries of the New Moon Financial Group? Where did he come from?" Even now, the shock in his heart had yet to subside. This was more than 1,000 Grade B supers. Where did it come from? How could he possibly be a nobody in the mercenary world? How could he possibly be an unknown person? Maple Moon smiled in her heart and pretended to be expressionless. "We are the Guild of Rivervale. Previously, we were the Immortals of the Black Star Corps. Currently, we are an affiliated armed organization under the Army." Kacha. This news was like a bolt from the blue. Hundajab was dumbfounded, his face full of disbelief. He had never expected to hear the name Black Star from these people. The New Moon Financial Group actually got in touch with the Black Star Corps. Hundejabu's face was full of shock and his mind was in chaos. The anger in his heart dissipated at this moment, leaving behind only panic. His first reaction was also disbelief, but when he thought of the abnormal situation on the battlefield just now, he suddenly understood. No wonder it seemed that some enemies had clearly died, but reappeared. He did not understand at first, but now he understood. It turned out that they were the famous Black Star Corps Immortals. This meant that the origin of this group of people was real. You guys, facing Black Star's forces, Hundejabu could not get up. The confidence that a star system civilization gave him was all gone. Even he had such a listless appearance, and the other captives were even trembling from head to toe. They were shocked to the extreme. Maple Moon thought about it, and felt that she had to take the initiative to trigger the mission. She asked, "Do you have anything you want us to do?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned and immediately fell into despair. "It's over. She's asking us if we have any last wishes." Sensing the atmosphere full of fear, Hundejabu gritted his teeth, turned around, and shouted, "No one is allowed to beg for mercy. As soldiers, dying in battle is our glory." When he was defeated, he was already mentally prepared to sacrifice himself, and now he had recovered. Maple Moon scratched her head and sincerely said, "Beg me. Maybe we'll let you go if you beg. Dream on. Even if I die, I won't let you play with me." You really don't want to fight for it? Maybe we can succeed. Demon, demon, you're delusional. A scene that stunned the people of the New Moon Financial Group appeared on the battlefield. They saw the captives begging for death with incomparable firmness, while the captives were trying to persuade them. However, at this moment, the people of the New Moon Financial Group saw the strong hesitation and struggle on the faces of many of the captives. They suddenly trembled, thinking that they had guessed the intentions of this group of immortals. I understand, they're trying to divide the enemy. What a terrifying group of people. Not everyone was as unyielding as Hun Dejabu. Soon, someone stood up and took the initiative to beg for mercy under Hun Dejabu's angry gaze. Maple Moon looked at the interface and saw that a mission had indeed popped up. The format was XX's plea for mercy, and the condition was that they would receive a small amount of experience if they let them go. She turned to Madblade and asked, "Do you want to do this mission? Although the experience is a little low, a mosquito is still meat. Let's do it." Madblade nodded. Hearing this, Maple Moon had the people begging for mercy kneel to the side. Seeing that someone had taken the lead, many of the hesitant captives also rushed to beg for mercy. Some could trigger the mission, while others could not. The players picked and chose the captives as if they were buying groceries in the market, dividing them into two groups. The rest don't have a mission. Let's do it. Without hesitation, the players turned into executioners and killed off Hun Dejabu and the other stubborn captives. Although most of them were weak, they had the bonus of killing enemies, which gave them quite a bit of experience. Moreover, they could also increase the mission rating on Planet Harker. Too cruel. The spectating New Moon Financial Group members couldn't help but avoid the players' eyes, nervously swallowing their saliva. If it were them, they wouldn't have dared to anger the Ursa Minor civilization. They might have just let the captives go, but these Black Star Corps members were so cruel, killing without batting an eyelid. The Black Star Corps members were indeed dangerous people. The captives who were begging for mercy trembled in fear as they watched this scene. Madblade let them leave as they pleased. Only then did these captives feel as if they had been pardoned and scrambled to leave the base. At this moment, Madblade and the other pro players suddenly paused and looked at the interface. The moment these captives stepped out of the base, the small missions for begging for mercy had all been completed. Is the completion rating so easy? Well, it's just a small mission that gives around 10,000 experience. Madblade scratched his head in confusion. He turned to look at the other players, exchanged a glance, and nodded. 3 minutes later, the captives who had been released once again squatted down in the square, their faces full of confusion. Release us, then capture us again. What's the meaning of this? Let's try again. Maple Moon coughed. Anyone else wants to beg for mercy? We'll let you go. Her tone was clearly sincere, but in the ears of the captives, it sounded like sarcasm. Many of them flew into a rage. So they really were messing with us. Can't you just give us a quick death? A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. If I had known earlier, I would have died with dignity on the spot with Hundajab. Most of the captives remained silent, but a small number of them broke the bottom line once, and they begged for mercy again with hope. However, this time, no mission popped up on the player interface. It seems that this kind of mission can only be triggered once. It can't be repeated. Evil Sword shook his head, somewhat regretful. I thought that a long time ago. It'd be strange if it could be repeated. Maple Moon rolled her eyes. Madblade sighed helplessly and pulled out his blood-stained alloy blade. Since it's like this, then there's no other way. 30 seconds later, a fresh batch of corpses appeared on the ground. As for the professional executioners, they patted their buttocks and joined the ranks to clean up the battlefield. Only the members of the New Moon Financial Group were left. After watching the whole process of torturing and killing the captives, their eyes were filled with fear and their hearts were cold. Their bodies were frozen, giving people hope and then shattering it, making the enemy feel even deeper despair. These people were too ruthless. Everyone shivered, looked at each other, and came to a consensus. They absolutely could not provoke these people. They were a bunch of devils. Several guilds attacked a few resource bases separately, and all of them were victorious. Such a result immediately made the other 6 organizations on planet Harker furious. They hurriedly inquired about the background of the strong reinforcements that the New Moon Financial Group had invited. Since the attack was successful, there was no need to keep it a secret. The background of the players quickly spread, and after verifying it, the other organizations were all shocked. Black Star Corps? Damn it, they could not afford to provoke them. Furthermore, not only was their background scary, but the strength of these immortals was even more terrifying. With more than 5,000 Grade B supers, they could do whatever they wanted on planet Harker. As soon as the news spread out, coupled with the valiant battle record, 3 organizations immediately retreated. Feeling that there was no hope, they retreated without hesitation, reclaiming their resource bases and giving up on planet Harker. They were directly scared off by the Army's name. The remaining 3 forces were 2-star system civilizations and 1 financial group. They were unwilling to give up on planet Harker and quickly responded. They reduced their bases, retracted their forces, and prepared for the upcoming battle as if they were facing a great enemy. However, the players did not immediately take action. Instead, with the help of the New Moon Financial Group, they occupied a few resource bases and resumed their harvesting work. In the largest base, the backbone of Long Sky, Rivervale, Storm, and the other guilds stood in front of the warehouse, watching batch after batch of resources being sent in by transport vehicles. Everyone's eyes turned into Aina's symbols. This is an endless gold mine. Jay Greensky's face was filled with joy. Our guild has another stable source of income. Our financial situation is even better now. Looks like this is the right way to play. How Tion nodded and calculated in his heart how much combat equipment and items could be exchanged for in one day. Everyone was overjoyed. Most of the army players were very passionate about making money. There was nothing he could do about it. Although the items in the army were cheap and good, the subsequent costs were also high. Weapons needed to be strengthened, mechanical suits needed to be repaired, ammunition needed to be replenished, evolution badges needed to be recharged, spaceships needed to be bought, and equipment needed to be replaced. Just like that, it was all white anus. Their wallets were all sucked dry by this *TCH from the Black Star Army Logistics Department. The army players lacked nothing but money. Now that the guilds had chosen a location to build their headquarters in the army's territory, these core members came from the competition zone to build a bridgehead while doing missions to grow and earn money. In the eyes of the guild players, a bright future seemed to be waving at them. Long Sky and the other guilds built a stronghold on planet Harker, and the guilds of the other army players also found different opportunities and started to expand in the Emerald Star Cluster. After planet FireEye was destroyed, Hela found another planet as a stronghold and also participated in the wave of free exploration. Now, most people were eagerly opening up maps to occupy mines, and Garutan did not have the time to care about Hela for the time being. The forces of the affiliated player guilds of the army slowly spread in the Emerald Star Cluster. Now that the Black Star Corps' actions had attracted a lot of attention, this movement was also noticed by many organizations. Many organizations were curious about the situation of the Immortals turning into semi-independent affiliated organizations. They did not know what Black Star was thinking and just watched silently. As the various Chinese guilds gradually built their strongholds in the free competition zone, the first batch of foreign players finally came to the flickering world after a long journey. They were the Black Hole Edge players from Southeast Asia. I was delayed by the match today, so it was a little short. All in, it was not easy. Tears flowed down. Oh. Chapter 10:26. In the Dawnstar Cluster, spaceships flew out of the Stargate one after another and stepped into the territory of the flickering world. The various large organizations had already started exploring the flickering world freely. Now, only tourists, unknown small organizations, and reinforcement from the various organizations had arrived in the flickering world. This fleet was the reinforcements that many organizations in the Black Hole Edge had sent from their headquarters. The composition was complicated. There were armies from star cluster and star system civilizations, armed mercenary organizations, financial groups, and so on. These organizations all had players more or less. In the entire universe, only the Shattered Star Rings player faction was an exception. They were all members of the Black Star Corps. The other Starfield's player factions were very scattered. In the Black Hole Edge, the organization with the most players joining was a membership-based neutral organization called the 19 Towers Psionic Association. It could be understood as a regional mage and psychic association that earned contribution points by providing all kinds of magic services and then exchanged them for resources and knowledge. It was like a platform for professional communication. In a spaceship, a group of professional players from the Black Hole Edge gathered together. They were from professional clubs from a few countries. In the international tournament, the clubs from Southeast Asia did not have much of a presence. Their results were always at the bottom of the rankings. The only thing that left a deep impression on the audience was that they were not very good at tactical operations. They tended to be reckless, and their fighting style was extremely fierce. Relatively speaking, the more famous professional teams in Southeast Asia were Vietnam's Red Bay Club, Thailand's Titan Club, and Indonesia's Archipelago Club. These three teams were frequent participants in the international competition, and they were fellow sufferers. At this time, the topic that everyone was talking about was also related to this season's Pro League. The Pro League officials have not released any news yet, but the opening of the world server is very likely to cause changes to the competition system. They might even cancel the division system, Red Bay's captain, Viper, said with a deep voice. Without the division system, it will be difficult for us to qualify. Archipelago's captain, Gravel Castle, shook his head with a pessimistic expression. The reason they qualified every year was because of the division system. In the Black Hole Edge, they were all noobs. Without this system, it would be difficult for them to qualify for the international tournament. Therefore, people from the same star field have to work together and seize the opportunity when the world server opens, Viper said. It's difficult. China's faction advantage in the world server is too big. We can't win by ourselves. We can only see if the clubs from other countries will form an alliance. It's a pity that we've invested too many resources into our current faction. It's impossible for us to jump ship. Even if we join the Black Star Corps, we won't be able to compete with the local tyrants of China. We have to find a way to create an advantage. This time, Viper narrowed his eyes and said confidently, although we can't jump ship, we can still make use of the benefits of the Black Star Corps. It's best if we let some guild members join the Black Star Corps and gain some experience. Then, we can pay them to buy a large amount of resources with a discount. At the same time, we can also find out about the movements of the army players, which is beneficial for us. Spies? Everyone looked at each other. This is indeed a good idea, but will the Black Star Corps target us? What does our business have to do with him? Viper didn't care. The ones who should pay attention to are the Chinese players. Be careful that they don't rob us of our goods. All right, let's do it. Everyone settled on a strategy and buried their heads in discussion. The Lessix Group was a large private mercenary organization in the Black Hole Edge, but it had an official background. It was a secret mercenary group of the Ursa civilization. The name of the organization was named after the leader, and the captain was called Lessix. He personally led the reinforcements and had just arrived in the flickering world. Everyone, accelerate and increase warp speed. Get to the free competition zone as soon as possible. In the command room, Lessix shouted loudly with a hint of excitement in his tone. There were many secret mercenary groups under the Ursa civilization, and there were many existences like him. The civilization rarely gave him missions, so he could only pretend to be a normal mercenary. Therefore, he valued the opportunity to perform meritorious deeds. Originally, he had only sent the vanguard troops while he stayed in the main camp to maintain the normal operation of the mercenary group. However, when the flickering world was officially opened, the players who had disappeared for 20 years in the Black Hole Edge reappeared. In every star field, the deeds of the players were different, leaving a different impression on the local organizations. Because of the scattered factions, the players of the Black Hole Edge were like a sheet of loose sand. Their exposure in the universe was far less than the army players, so their threat was relatively low. However, there were also a large number of local organizations that noticed the special existence of the players and thought that they might be the same species as the immortals of the Black Star Corps and had the ability to revive. However, the problem was that because the players were scattered, the local organizations did not know how many immortals there were. Before the players showed this trait, they could act like ordinary NPCs and be difficult to distinguish. Plus, they had disappeared for 20 years, so it was even harder to find them. However, Les Sykes noticed the reappearance of the players and had a deep impression of this group of fearless fighters. Therefore, he took the initiative to recruit more people. Coincidentally, the goal of many Black Hole Edge players was also the Flickering World. Therefore, he was able to recruit tens of thousands of Black Hole Edge players and send them to the Flickering World as reinforcements. Not long ago, he received a piece of good news on the way. The Ursa, a minor civilization, happened to be in trouble at the front line. One of their gathering teams was wiped out by the immortals of the Black Star Corps. Just when they needed reinforcements, Les Sykes realized that he had suddenly become a timely help and could not help but be overjoyed. The reinforcements I recruited can help the civilization fight against the Black Star Corps. Not only that, when fighting with other organizations, I can also use these immortals to gain an advantage. I made a great contribution this time. Les Sykes was secretly excited. At the same time, in his fleet, groups of Black Hole Edge players stood in front of the porthole, admiring the scenery of the Flickering World while whispering to each other. We're finally here. Let's go to the free competition zone. I'm bored out of my mind. Let's see what missions this mercenary group has in the Flickering World. Idiot, why are you still following this mercenary group? There are so many advanced organizations in the Flickering World. Are you stupid to stick to this small organization? That makes sense. When we reach the free competition zone, we can kick this mercenary group away. Many of them had the same thought. Now that the advanced organizations in the Flickering World had gathered, how could they still be interested in a regional mercenary group like Les Sykes? Only by switching to an advanced organization could they satisfy their increasing needs, especially in terms of class knowledge. Les Sykes, who was filled with longing, did not know that he had been treated as a tool by these players from the beginning. The consequences of betraying an advanced organization were more serious, but for such a small organization, the players did not panic at all. So what if they betrayed? They could not wait to jump ship. The first choice of the ordinary players in the Black Hole Edge was the 3 universal civilizations and the local supercluster or beyond Grade A organizations, followed by the Black Star Corps. The players in the other star fields naturally did not have any sense of belonging to the Black Star Corps. The only things that could move them were the benefits and development prospects. In this regard, the Black Star Corps was as outstanding as a firefly in the dark night. After so many versions, the various benefits of the army players had long made the players of the various countries jealous. Now that they could finally cross star fields, the reputation and attractiveness that the army had accumulated over the past few versions was immediately effective. A large number of ordinary players leaned toward Han Shao when it came to jumping ship. Among them, the ones who were the most determined to join the Black Star Corps were the mechanic players in the Black Hole Edge. Due to the different novice planets in version 1.0, the types of supers in each star field were also very different. Most of the players in the Black Hole Edge were mages, followed by psychics. Mechanics only made up about 12% of the total players in the Black Hole Edge. They had the least number of people, and the land for development was relatively poor. In comparison, the Black Star Corps was a treasure trove for mechanics. Han Shao was even a top instructor for the mechanic class, so they did not have to worry about lacking class knowledge at all. In the eyes of these people, one sentence summed up the meaning of Black Star to the mechanic players. If the heavens did not give birth to the great Black Star, the path of mechanics would be like a long night. As for the Mecha Empire, although they heard that it was very strong, the players were not familiar with it and instead liked Han Xiao more. After all, with the Chinese players leading the way, at least they knew that Han Xiao was a reliable person. Everyone chatted, and at the edge of the crowd, a player with the ID of Muay Thai warning looked out the window alone, his eyes flickering. That hidden mission told me that the Lessie Sack army is actually a subsidiary force of the Ursa Minor civilization. I heard from a friend that their Long Sky just happened to be fighting with the Ursa Minor civilization for resources recently. So this group of people might be the reinforcements of the civilization. The friend he was talking about was an outer member of the Long Sky Guild. They had once argued on the forums, and they were evenly matched. In the end, they appreciated each other and added each other as friends. Thinking of this, a bold idea quickly formed in Muay Thai Warning's mind, and the soul of a traitor burned fiercely. If I want to jump ship, I have to give a gift. At the same time, somewhere in the Emerald Star cluster, the exploration fleet of a small financial group was docked at a temporary transit station built by an advanced civilization to rest. The normal crew members went to relax, and only the logistics personnel stayed on the ship. They all got busy cleaning and repairing the equipment, as well as doing manual checks. ZZZ. In a maintenance tunnel inside the spaceship, 2 ground crew members wearing protective suits were holding maintenance tools and working in front of a complex mechanical assembly. Electric sparks were flying everywhere. After a while, Evans took off his helmet and wiped his sweat. He opened the logistical mission list on his wrist, took a look, and opened the communication channel to report to his superior. Ground Crew 005 has completed the mission. The hidden trouble of engine component T1018 has been eliminated. Heading to area C0080 for cleaning. Roger that. Continue working. You still have 3 missions to complete. Understood. After reporting, Evans turned off the communication channel and patted his companion's shoulder. Let's go to the next place. His companion waved his hand impatiently. We just finished one. What's the rush? Rest for a while first. Evans advised, the mission is very tight. Try to finish it before you get off work today. It's best not to rest during working hours. It's against the rules, and you might not be able to finish today's mission. Then postpone it until tomorrow. It's not like we're only stopping here for a day. His companion sat down and said unhappily, You go first. I'm going to rest for a while anyway. Evans frowned and shook his head. He did not care about others. Anyway, he had to do what he was supposed to do. He walked along the maintenance channel and headed to the cleaning location. His companion's figure quickly disappeared from his sight, leaving him alone. The maintenance channel was dim, and there were only light sources at intervals. After walking for a while, Evans suddenly saw a flash of red light in front of him, causing him to stop in his tracks. The light disappeared? Did I see wrongly? Evans found it strange. He looked at the environment detector, but there was no change. Thinking that he was seeing things, he took a few more steps forward. Buzz! At this moment, a flash of red light suddenly lit up in his peripheral vision. The light source was right beside him, less than a meter away. Evans was shocked and hurriedly reacted. He jumped to the side and rolled on the ground. He held the welding torch in his hand and stood up to face the light source, looking alert. Soon, he saw a strange scene. A red ball of light that came out of nowhere was floating in the air, moving back and forth in small movements like a lively little elf. The ball of light was surrounded by ribbon-like veils of light, giving it a misty beauty. What's this? Evans was alert. He quietly pressed the communication button, wanting to report the abnormal situation here. However, at the next moment, Evans' vision blurred. He saw the red ball of light shoot toward him at a speed far faster than he could react, directly passing through his body. Evans was shocked. He hurriedly lowered his head to check, but he was shocked to find that he was not injured at all. Instead, he was full of energy. His fatigue from work was gone, and he was full of energy. At this moment, the red ball of light paused and suddenly started a circle around Evans crazily. Evans was stunned. It was as if he felt a happy emotion from this ball of light. Before he could react, the red ball of light suddenly stopped, as if it was pulled by an invisible existence. It suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving only Evans standing on the spot with a confused expression. After being stunned for a while, Evans suddenly slapped his cheeks hard. "It hurts. I'm not dreaming. Then it seems like I've finally gone crazy." Chapter 10:27. As the fleet passed through the territory of the Black Star Corps, Lessykes, who was full of confidence, was quickly dealt a heavy blow. When they arrived at Planet Blackgate, the immortals that he had recruited with great difficulty in the Black Hole Edge suddenly rebelled. Not only did these players leave the faction, but they also stole the spaceships that carried them. The players of any region were used to maximizing their benefits. Since they had decided to leave, they had to take some benefits. Furthermore, it was not convenient to run away without stealing the spaceships. Many players seized control of the spaceships that carried them, leaving the route of the fleet and heading toward the territory of the Black Star Corps. Some players who did not intend to jump ship were also forced to join. They were all on the same ship. If they fought and blew up the spaceships, no one would have a good ending. With so many players on each spaceship, it was impossible to determine who the spaceship belonged to. Most of them could only follow the spaceships to the transit station before moving on their own. This was the disadvantage of not having a large faction. Due to the large number of players fleeing, the size of the players in Lessykes' corps shrank by about half. Coupled with the spaceships and the resources on them, it was a huge loss. This made Lessykes' heart bleed. Crazy. They're all crazy. These people have no morals at all. In the command room, Lessykes was furious. This sudden incident was completely outside of his plan. He was so immersed in the expectation of making a contribution that he did not expect that these players would suddenly stab him in the back and do this to him. When he was in the Black Hole Edge, these immortals were still quite obedient. Why did they become so violent the moment they arrived in the flickering world? He only found it hard to understand, and subconsciously felt that there was some conspiracy behind this. He thought that it must be some organization that was secretly bewitching them. He did not think about it all. After all, Lessykes did not understand the players at all. The way he saw it, there was definitely someone behind this. Otherwise, there would be no reason for so many people to ride together. The spaceships that were taken away scattered and disappeared from the radar. Lessykes gave up after a symbolic chase. The strength of so many immortals made him very wary. Plus, the spaceships were about the same speed, so it was very difficult to catch up to them. This was the territory of the Black Star Corps, so he had his concerns. A bunch of B** stars. Lessykes was furious. He angrily left a record in the files of this group of traitorous players, lowering their credit rating. After doing this, he was still angry. Seeing that half of the immortals remained, he calmed down a little and rejoiced. There's still half of us left. Even if we don't contribute as much, it's still a contribution. At least we didn't come here in vain. Legiac did not dare relax his watch over the players anymore. He ordered, divide and manage the remaining immortals and strengthen the defense of every transport ship. After this experience, he became even more wary of players. However, no matter how vigilant he was, when he arrived at the free competition zone, a large number of job hoppers erupted once again. The players were the biggest force that the Lessykes army was transporting this time. No matter how hard the rest of them tried to defend themselves, they were nothing in front of these players. These players had stayed until now just to hitch a ride to the free competition zone. Less than a tenth of the players he had brought from Black Hole Edge were still alive. Legiac was infuriated. This was great. He had come all the way to the flickering world in person, hoping to contribute, but now it was all for naught. New bad news came one after another. Legiac soon received intelligence from the rear and realized that even though he had recorded the negative resumes of the first batch of traitorous players, there were still high-level factions that accepted all these immortals, and one of them was the Black Star Corps. Legiac felt extremely uncomfortable. He felt like he had been bullied, and his heart was filled with grievances. Damn it, why? It's too hard for me. What he did not know was that among the remaining players, There was also a spy like Muay Thai Warning, who had been secretly communicating with the army members and betraying the movements of the Legiac army. In terms of faction attractiveness, the gap between him and the Black Star Corps was too huge. Even if he temporarily obtained the players' bodies, he could not retain the hearts of the players at all. After entering the Flickering World, this batch of Black Hole Edge organizations had more or less players leaving, and the Black Star Corps was the main destination for this batch of players. The faction attractiveness that had accumulated over several versions had caused the number of players in the army to skyrocket. Han Xiao did not even have to do anything, and the leak harvesting had already evolved from manual labor to fully automated harvesting. In Black Star Palace, Han Xiao looked at the EXP on his interface, and his eyes sparkled. This wave of EXP is really ferocious. The plan to expand the leek farm had finally begun to take effect. The first batch of foreign leeks had been uprooted and transplanted into his garden. The foreign players had their own choices, and only a portion of them would join the army. However, the number was still considerable. According to his estimation, the number of players joining the army from Black Hole Edge would be 17 to 24% of the total, which was more than 1 million people. Most of them should be ordinary players. This is only the first batch. When the players from the other star fields come over, the size of the army players might become 2 to 3 times what it is now. Han Xiao was secretly overjoyed. There were many rookies among the new Southeast Asian players, and there were gaps in their class knowledge. It was precisely because of this new force that Han Xiao's efficiency in harvesting EXP soared in a short period of time. Every batch of new players represented a huge amount of EXP. The Southeast Asian clubs will probably also send guild players into the army. Han Xiao secretly smiled. He did not intend to stop this. It did not matter who the equipment was sold to, and he could even earn more money. The spending power of the guilds was not bad, and the national wars in the various regions were a business opportunity. Selling weapons to them to fight against each other was a perfect opportunity for him to act as a warmonger. Furthermore, to enjoy the discount, one had to have a corresponding army grade and contribute to the army. Even if a spy came in, he would have to work for a period of time before he could enjoy the discount. At this rate, a few more batches of players will be able to quickly accumulate enough EXP to reach level 320. Han Xiaoxin was excited. This was much faster than he had expected. As for the large-scale job hopping of the Black Hole Edge players, it was already within his expectations. It had happened in his previous life as well. The continuous decline of the player's reputation was an important process in establishing the title of the Cancer of the Universe. This was never a good reputation, and it included the fear and vigilance of the outside world. One of the important signs of players stepping onto the stage of the universe was that players from all over the world gathered in the world server. Their presence would increase greatly, and they would receive the attention of many organizations and be seen as one group. In his previous life, as the players spread chaos, it caused the overall reputation of the player group to decline. Some small organizations did not dare to recruit players, and the result was that the players gathered toward the high-level organizations, completing the upgrade of the faction. This was something that Han Xiao had witnessed before. He knew very well that he could not force the players at this stage to become obedient through faction benefits. As they became stronger, they would have more thoughts, and it would be harder to control them. Players would only have feelings for people they were familiar with. For personal development and an advantage in the national war, they had to obtain benefits and create massacres. As their strength grew, chaos would inevitably sprout. Han Xiao had always been working hard to develop his organization, and one of his main goals was to deal with this situation. He also knew that because the army was an important target for players to join, this situation would also be discovered by the various organizations that were paying attention to him, and it was enough to lead to all kinds of speculations. For the time being, this did not affect him much. Firstly, his position was high enough, and he was strong enough. Secondly, many players had joined other organizations, so the situation was not too exaggerated. The various organizations were at most shocked and doubtful now. However, as more and more foreign players joined, The uniqueness of the army would become more and more eye-catching. Han Xiao shook his head, and another matter appeared in his mind. I didn't expect Evans to have already come into contact with the primal chaos mysterious energy. Not long ago, Philip, who had been monitoring Evans, sent back a report. Han Xiao was able to see the whole process and confirmed that the red cluster of light was related to the primal chaos mysterious energy. However, it appeared much earlier than the information about God's inheritance. According to his estimation, this was just one of the sub-bodies of the primal chaos mysterious energy. It returned to the main universe early, perhaps to locate the coordinates of the dimension. In the end, it disappeared into thin air. It was pulled back to the secondary dimension by the primal chaos mysterious energy. The main body of the primal Esper ability entity had not officially arrived yet. However, this also solved some of Han Zhao's doubts. No wonder the primal chaos mysterious energy chose Evans as its host in the end. It turned out that it had already come into contact with him. When the red cluster of light passed through Evans' body, those who did not match would explode and die. However, not only was Evans unscathed, he was even energized. This made the primal chaos mysterious energy confirm that he had the potential to become a good host and become a spare tire. The date of the primal chaos mysterious energy's birth is getting closer and closer. With the current efficiency of gaining experience, I should be able to reach level 320 before it's born. Han Xiao calculated in his mind. My friend Xiao Mu is not Xiao Mu's LOL book. I don't want to have a 50-50 chance. The results are not bad, and the writing is quite interesting. A certain streamer has been reborn to redeem his regrets. It has already reached 800,000 words. Those interested can take a look. Chapter 1028. A few days later, in the outer base of Black Star Palace, groups of Black Hole Edge players looked around curiously. Their equipment and uniforms were varied, and they looked like a bunch of random soldiers, forming a stark contrast with the army members around them. A large number of Southeast Asian players joined the army, and some of them registered at strongholds like Planet Blackgate. They could not wait to enjoy the benefits of the army, so they bought a lot and accepted the Flickering World main storyline mission. Another group of players who were more casual came to Black Star Palace together after joining the army. They wanted to see the main city of their future faction. Most of them were mechanic players, and they came to visit Black Star Palace with the mentality of a pilgrimage. The Chinese players had basically all gone out to do missions. Now that Black Star Palace welcomed this group of new players, it became much livelier. So, this is the Black Star Corps' headquarters in the Flickering World. It's quite spectacular. It's so grand, and all the facilities are complete. Just look at it. I wonder if we can meet Black Star. A group of Black Hole Edge players chattered excitedly as they looked at the scenery of Black Star Palace. They had been in the universe for the past 3 versions, and the factions that they had served could not be compared to the Black Star Corps. Just looking at the size of the main city, they were not even on the same level. Even the mother planets of many star cluster civilizations could not compare to the size of Black Star Palace. This was the first time many of them had come to such a magnificent place, and they felt like they had just entered the Grand View Garden. There are so many high-level NPCs here, a bunch of extremely lethal characters. If we cause trouble here, we'll definitely be killed. Most of the players controlled their temper and did not dare to cause trouble in Black Star's territory. They were not afraid of a low-level faction like the Lysisic Corps, but facing a top-level faction like the Black Star Corps, a large portion of them did not dare to cause trouble because the high-level organizations had the ability to punish them. Among the crowd, there were a few players who were spies sent by the Southeast Asian guilds. Since the Black Star Corps did not reject any players, they managed to sneak in, ignoring the normal players who were making a ruckus beside them. This group of spy players with a special mission opened the dazzling array of faction shops and mission lists. They were immediately overjoyed. After successfully joining, as long as they worked hard to earn contribution points and raise their army ranks, they would be able to enjoy more benefits and act as a purchasing agent for the guild. The plan worked. At this moment, Hardaway, Fu Ding, and the rest of the Black Star Guards hurriedly passed by, attracting the attention of the players. Hey, look over there. It's the famous Black Star Guards, a high-ranking member of the Black Star Corps. I have all their cards. I can finally meet them in person. Fu Ding, I love you. In the distance, Fu Ding heard the shouts and stopped in his tracks. He turned around and saw a group of colorful immortals. He smiled helplessly and waved his hand as a greeting. Fu Ding was extremely famous among the players, and his fame was not limited to the Shattered Star Ring. Since these Black Hole Edge players had joined the army, they had naturally done their research beforehand. Furthermore, due to the promotion of the Wayne card, Fu Ding was a popular idol in the Black Star Corps. Why are you so popular? Even the new members like you so much? Hardaway was jealous. You'll know when you look in the mirror, a Black Star Guard softly mumbled. Hardaway was speechless. Looking at Hardaway's heartbroken expression, Fu Ding could not bear to see it. He smiled helplessly, patted his shoulder, and comforted him softly. Don't take it to heart. You're actually not that ugly. I can't feel happy at all. The group of Black Star Guards did not stop to chat with the new players. They quickened their pace and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. At the same time, the eyes of many of the spy players in the crowd flashed. Some of them were not only responsible for purchasing for the guild and enjoying the benefits of the army, but they also had another special mission, which was to infiltrate the army and monitor its movements. Although the Southeast Asian clubs did not change factions without permission, the flickering world was filled with opportunities to come into contact with high-level factions. They had also secretly contacted some organizations, the most active of which was the Limitless Financial Group. Sorokin had always had a strong interest in the player community. He had once wanted to test the Black Star Corps players and had even suffered a small loss at the hands of Han Shao. Now that the players from the other star fields had gathered in the flickering world, it was an opportunity for him. He secretly sent people to contact some of the Black Hole Edge players. Although he did not have an interface, after a long period of research, Sorokin had also found some patterns among the players. He specifically looked for players who did not immediately join the army and issued repetitive employment missions. The content was for the players to provide information on the movements of the Black Star Corps, especially the movements of Black Star himself. The rewards were very generous. Although he did not know the theory behind it, facts proved that as long as there was enough money, the players could become excellent spies. This was his experience. Using money to pave the way, many of the Southeast Asian clubs secretly accepted Sorokin's missions. It was equivalent to planting spies in the army. Sorokin had his reasons for keeping an eye on Han Shao. Not long ago, a conflict broke out between Garutan and Hela. Radiance and Ethereal both had different thoughts about Hela and wanted to kill her. As a collaborator, Sorokin had to pay attention to Han Zhao's location and provide additional information for Radiance and Ethereal to find a suitable opportunity to act. Many of the spy players looked at each other and whispered. The Black Star Guards are all in Black Star Palace, which means that Black Star should be here too. Can this be considered as completing the mission without seeing him personally? It should be. The responsibility of the Black Star Guards is to protect him. Wherever they are, there's an 80% chance that Black Star is there as well. On the other side, Hardaway and the other Black Star Guards arrived at the Inner Ring base and walked into an advanced combat training room. A Lord's avatar stood guard at the door, and Aurora sat in the middle of the room, breathing in and out life energy like a white gold ball of light. As she breathed, the light fluctuated, brightening and dimming. Army Commander. Everyone greeted the Lord's avatar before turning to look at Aurora. Hardaway took a deep breath and exclaimed, "What dense life energy! It seems like the quality has improved again." Fu Ding nodded. Black Star, is Aurora evolving? Han Shao controlled the Lord's avatar to nod. The life energy she has accumulated has finally broken through the critical point, bringing her a qualitative change. Before version 4.0, Aurora had said that she was close to the threshold of the Calamity grade. After half a year of accumulation, the life energy she had accumulated had finally reached the threshold, and she had taken this step. Under everyone's gazes, Aurora closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. The life energy radiating from her skin grew brighter and brighter, gradually turning the room white. After a long time, the light gradually returned to Aurora's body. Her body had undergone some changes, and her white gold hair moved without wind, becoming smoother and smoother. Every strand of hair had a smooth texture, containing abundant life energy. Her skin became smoother and tighter, without any flaws. Her milky white skin gave off a holy aura, sparkling and translucent like an exquisite piece of art. Aurora opened her eyes and slowly exhaled a breath that contained life energy, causing the air in the room to become fresher. It was as though she had eaten hundreds of green arrows. Even though the room was made of metal, it gave off a feeling of nature. Her advancement was different from most calamity-grade supers. There were no destructive effects, and the abundant life energy allowed her to advance without any bottlenecks. Aurora stood up, and her eyes were filled with joy. She walked in front of Han Zhao's Lord's avatar and said excitedly, "Uncle, I've reached the calamity grade. See if there are any changes?" Han Zhao sized up Aurora. She was originally petite and cute, but she had grown taller. Her figure was better, and her facial features were more exquisite, coupled with a holy aura that made people want to get close to her, as well as her pure and flawless skin. She was like a piece of white paper that made people want to leave other colors on. Compared to Hella's sharp coldness, this was a completely different style. "You become prettier," Han Zhao joked. "Other grade as are calamity grade supers. But for you, no matter how you look at it, you have nothing to do with the word calamity." "Very good. I'm very proud of you." Aurora blinked and was overjoyed by the praise. However, she thought of something and could not help but pout. "Humph, you said it so nicely, but you still went to look for my sister. You didn't even come to see me advance to the calamity grade." Han Zhao was helpless. He had just left Black Star Palace a few days ago and secretly went to the Emerald Star Cluster. He knew very well that with a large wave of new players entering the army, it was inevitable that spies would monitor his movements. Therefore, he left the Black Star Guards behind as a simple distraction. His main body went to the Emerald Star Cluster mainly for two reasons. One was to fight for the primal chaos mysterious energy that would appear in the future, and the other was to reduce the risk that Hela might be in and protect her in secret. The strength that the Lord's avatar could bring out was naturally not as good as his main body. However, this meant that he missed out on Aurora's promotion. Han Zhao coughed and gave Fu Ding a look. Fu Ding was very familiar with emotional intelligence. Even though the mechanical body did not have eyes, he still understood what Han Zhao meant. He took the initiative to change the topic and asked, after the calamity grade, "How much has your ability changed?" Hearing this, Aurora rolled her eyes at Han Zhao before turning to look at Fu Ding. She carefully sensed the changes in her body. She raised her hand and flicked out a cluster of life energy. Its texture was more solid than when she was grade B. "My life energy accumulation efficiency is many times higher than when I was grade B. Plus, my healing effect is stronger. Now, the same amount of life energy should be 3 to 4 times the amount of life energy before the promotion." Hearing this, Han Zhao felt that it was a pity that his main body was not here. Otherwise, he would have been able to test how much Aurora's healing ability had improved. Hardaway could not wait. "Let me test your Esper ability." Aurora glanced at him and released a cluster of life energy into his body. The next moment, Hardaway's eyes widened. He raised his head and moaned in pleasure. "Ah!" Han Zhao trembled and almost wanted to switch to silent mode. "F***, what a wild cry. When I first met you, you were still a battle maniac with a bit of class. How did you become this cheap? Did I damage your brain all these years? Heartbreaking, too heartbreaking. What are you crying for?" Everyone felt a chill. Hardaway hurriedly covered his mouth. After a few seconds, he returned to normal and said in surprise, "It feels good. I feel much more relaxed, as if a heavy burden has been taken off my shoulders." Seeing his exaggerated performance, everyone was a little skeptical. However, after receiving Aurora's energy, they all believed him. They looked at Hela as if they were looking at a national treasure. Aurora was embarrassed by their stares. She whispered, "After the advancement, my Esper ability seems to have a few new functions. While accelerating the recovery of injuries, it can also stimulate the target's potential and improve their condition." Indeed, Fu Ding nodded. "I feel that my spirit is sharper and my energy is more active. Not only that, her life energy seems to have an additional soothing power. My emotions have become much calmer." Han Xiao was quite surprised. Because his main body was not here, he could only pat the Black Star Guard around. Looking at their combat attributes, he could see the changes in Aurora's ability. In addition to healing, she could also selectively provide various buffs to the target. The effects included increasing the maximum health, energy, and stamina by 20%, increasing the base recovery rate after the treatment, increasing all resistance by 12%, increasing all attributes by 7 to 11%, increasing ability strength by 10 to 15%, and so on. Every treatment would have one of these buffs, and the range of the buffs would gradually increase as she continued to develop her Esper ability. Not only was she a healer, but she had also become a super buff support. At the same time, her life energy could soothe the target, making the target calm down. It could also dispel any berserk mental state, be it buff or debuff. It could even eliminate the target's hostility toward her and create a desire to protect her. Although her Esper ability was extremely lacking in offensive power, it had a special ability to protect herself. Other than that, the shelf life of the life energy after leaving the body was extended dozens of times. The bloodline connection between Aurora and Hela had been upgraded again. It seemed to be like quantum communication, and she could feel Hela's life signs regardless of distance. Aurora also had a vague feeling that if she continued to develop her Esper ability genetic chain, she would be able to share her life energy with Hela regardless of distance. Currently, she still needed to familiarize herself with the changes in the Calamity Grade ability before she could do so. As expected of an Esper ability with Grade S potential, the higher the grade, the more features will be unlocked. Han Xiaoxin was overjoyed. In his previous life, Aurora had gone through puberty too early, and no one knew what Aurora would grow into. Now, she had given him a huge surprise. At this moment, Han Xiao suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly pulled Fu Ding and Aurora to the Army's internal biochemical laboratory and got the two of them to cooperate with the experiment. He got Aurora to replenish Fu Ding's life energy time after time, and Han Xiao took Fu Ding's cells every time. He collected a large number of samples with different buffs and tested the basic activity of the cells. Not long after, the results of the experiment were out. Han Xiao looked at the experiment report after Philip's calculations and could not help but hold his head and sigh helplessly. Seriously, I should have known. The Esper abilities of the two sisters are completely opposite. Hela can shorten a person's lifespan, and Aurora, of course, can extend a person's lifespan. The experiment report clearly showed that the more samples there was a slight increase in the basic activity of the cells. In other words, as long as one was healed more by Aurora, one's lifespan would be extended. When she was at grade B, this feature had yet to awaken, and she was only a Calamity grade now. The effect of extending one's lifespan was still very weak, far inferior to Hela's ability to shorten a person's lifespan. However, if she was allowed to continue growing, wouldn't she be a strengthened version of Tripitaka's meat? It felt like he had gained another PY treasure. I, Yu Zhiqian, will never become an emperor even if I starve to death or die of poverty. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.